Hello and welcome to MyWhoosh, to the Sunday Race Club, and most importantly of all, our monthly finals for March. After 4 qualifiers where the riders needed to ride 2 qualifying events to be part of the team competition comes into play. And Emma Martin and myself, Matt Payne, will be putting words to the action as ever here in the studio. We're really looking forward to this because we've got 2 great races. The women's race up first, the men's race up second. Some amazing teams have been formed with some real big names, and the courses today are going to challenge our riders.
They are indeed. The women are heading to the Yebble Yace, 34.3 kilometres of racing. It might seem a little short today, but there are 633 metres of climbing, and the Yebble Yace comes at the end. First of all, we have 3 sprints today in the sprint competition. That competition will be complete by the 16-kilometre mark. Then we transition through the 2 climbing sections. The Leeward Desert Climb, short, sharp, and coming at that 23.4 kilometre marker. Just before at the 26.2, we start the Yebble Yace climb. It's 7.6 kilometres in length with an average gradient of 5%, and it'll take the riders to within 600 metres of the finish line when they go underneath that polka dot banner at the top of the Yebble Yace segment. It's still a climb to the line, but imagine the finale today, because it's not just the individual competition that is at play, it is the team competition as well. And we always know that when riders come together in a team, they work harder, they race faster.
They certainly do. And the teams are made up of 3 to 5 riders. And for me, one of the things about the climb and the finish here, Emma, it's a 5% climb, and there are sections where drafting will be key. So to get your 3 counting riders over the line, you can actually work together as a team. 6 race categories. Category 6, our standard race category, moving through category 5, 4, 3, 2, until we get to that elite race category. And it's a real who's who. If you don't know who, do check out Emma's social media feed at Viking_Emma. There's a real highlights list on there, although you may be absorbed in the team competition today, as well as our individual competition. So just to recap, prizes for our top 10 individuals, prizes for first rider through each checkpoint, riders who take the sprint title overall or the climb competition overall, they also get prizes, and 7 teams in each race category also taking away prizes. 48 teams in our women's competition this week in the finals in the category 6 race, and that is a total of 6 teams. 1 team of 5, the team with the strength in depth, Kitty Hawk Racing Team, today represented by Bita Skakowska, along with Jessica Hamilton, Marina Mikhail Sergein Vush, and Sylvia Shuring. And it was Hamilton, Shuring, and Ebeling who took the competition last week. They were our best team in a category 6. However, big strength in depth out there. Cycling District 6 looking very strong. Cherry Pies as well. The Cadence crew, part of the Fem Cycle Collab, and you'll see them across all of our race categories. And we'll dive into the riders who we think are going to feature in those teams very shortly indeed. But it's countdown time. We're into the last 10 seconds. It's time to go racing here on the monthly finals in March on MyWhoosh on the Sunday Race Club. Let's head for the Yebble Yace.
Well, the Category 6 riders head out of the start pen. 26 riders on the start sheets today. It's the smallest race field, but never let numbers put anybody off. Do not think that the riding is not going to be hard, fast and furious today. Bele, Al-Mansouri, Barco, all at the front. Timmers Cohen, hot off of that win last week in the final. I'm just going to say that was just fantastic. Her reaction, absolutely amazing. It is indeed a fast start here. Jacqueline Kirchner is there on the front, and it really is a big push here out of the pen, straight up to pace at 36 kilometres an hour. And well, we got a fairly flat start, but that first sprint checkpoint coming at the 2.3 kilometre marker, there'll be teams out there targeting the sprints.
There certainly will be. Hala Obeid has had a great run of form so far. She was great in the qualifiers previous to last week, had a good race last week. Very interesting to see how she goes today. I think top 10 last week. Previous to that, she had a second.
She did in Australia on the outer loop with that big
Yeah.
climb. I think she should go well today. The climbing at the end of the course should suit her. Too many S's.
Speaking of S's, Sylvie Timmers-Cohen, you mentioned taking the win. Also, our sprint winner last week, ahead of Jessica Hamilton. She took 19 points in that sprinting. So the repeated sprints working. And we've got the 3 sprints very quickly today in the first 15K. And that means that you've got time to almost switch across.
Yes, yes and no, because it is, of course, a huge climb at the end, and it really is going to suit a strong climber necessarily over a sprinter. Adriana Barco on your screen at the moment, one of the riders we see week in, week out on the Sunday Race Club. She really does put in some great performances, and it's always fabulous to have her here in the mix.
It certainly is, and I think we'll see how she goes with the climb and with the race today. Where will she be in that overall when we get to the summit of the Jebel Yace? The riders at the moment making the way out on to the race route. You can see at the moment just one rider, 2 riders now distance behind. Those discs on the top right-hand side of your screen representing riders. Each of those purple discs, one rider. In with Manon Holtman at the moment, who's spinning the legs around for the FCC Cadence crew. Manon based in the Netherlands, and you can see there's I think that's a Netherlands headband there, the orange of the Netherlands. Good day for the Netherlands. They've had a few good days over the past few classics weeks. Of course, we are into the Low Countries, the classics time, where we see a lot of the racing. For the men and the women in the classics, and it's great to see much more parity across those races in terms of the classes. And I'm going to just say the Bruges women's classics race that took place with Lorena Vibes being outsprinted by Caris Lloyd.
Oh, there's a young rider from the UK.
She is indeed a young rider from the UK who I've had the pleasure of putting words to her racing.
Yes.
When she was but young, and now
she still is but young.
Yes, I know. Taking the win means that the mechanic is going to take her to the Lego store and buy whatever she wants. If that's not a sign of age, I don't know what is. Although I must admit, I do like a good bit of Lego.
Well, each to their own. Sylvie Timmers-Cohen's on your screen at the moment, up and out of that saddle, dancing on those pedals, and she's pushing on behind Jessica Hamilton for this first sprint checkpoint. Hamilton driving towards the line, Timmers-Cohen sitting at around 7 watts per kilo. Limbaga is with her as well. Hamilton's going to take away sprint number 1, but Timmers-Cohen and Limbaga positioning themselves well in second and third and coming through with points for that competition.
Little shake to the head there from Sylvie Timmers-Cohen. And I think with this being a very quick start into this sprint, Hamilton, we know, has got a very quick kick off the line. She's regularly kicks down hard. Now, we do have a few rises between here and the second sprint and the third sprint checkpoint, but possibly not enough to shake off Jessica Hamilton.
Well, we've got a number of riders dropped off the back of the Category 6 pack already, and it's the fast start for this sprint competition that has had, well, she's been instrumental in that. 21 riders go through in the leading group, and you can see them already up and over this short, sharp bridge after that first sprint. Now, the team competition for me in this Category 6 race is going to be really interesting today because the Valor City Vipers took the win last month with Cycle District 6 in second place. But if you look at the performance of the riders this month to try and look at who's going to come strong in this team competition, both of those 2 teams should go well. But the FCC Cadence crew, Hadjuk and Timmers-Cohen's, have both had really strong rides. They're joined by Holtman and Kambarov, and that should go well as well too. So I think there are 3 squads in the mix today for this team competition.
So just recap those 3 team names.
So Cycle District 6, the FCC Cadence Crew, and the Velocity Vipers.
So those are Emma's tips from the top. I'm going to be rooting for everybody else on the way through. No, we do support everybody because we love to see the racing, particularly those people who go off. If there was a combativity prize, we'll be taking it because we do like that people who make the racing, who are instrumental in shaking things up. So let's see who's going to shake it up. It's definitely shaking up. If you take a look, top right-hand side of your screen, that's the radar view. You can see that we have dot to dot starting to take place, the old draw by dot from one dot to the next. Well, at the moment, if you're drawing a line, it's a long line from the front to the back of these riders. You can see in this fantastic view back into the city that you've got a massive, massive gap. You can see the mosque in the background, the Grand Mosque, and it is incredible the distance that's opened up very, very quickly here today with the speed of our leading group. It's still got strength in depth. It's still got the sprint leader, Jessica Hamilton, in there. Hamilton will be looking to take away the win in that sprint competition. She's gone over the first of the rise. She dropped down off that bridge. And that now means that there's one more rise. But this next rise coming up, and you can see that on the course profile. And that's the red line that is going through, intersecting with the yellow vertical line with the triangle on top. That's the rider's position. The course moves from right to left. And as we head towards the next rise is bigger, it's steeper, and as you'll see when they turn in to the right in a second, you're going to go into the headwind, which is a 10, nearly 11 kilometre an hour headwind. So this climb is made tough. Why are you
I'm saying just 10 kilometres an hour. This week,
yes.
this week, out on the road, it has been so gusty. It's been just, I've got on the turbo trainer.
I have to admit, for the first time in a long time, I didn't go ride with the club on Wednesday because it was just so gusty. I actually turned around, came back, and went out in a completely different direction, hiding from the window. There was 60, 70 kilometre an hour gusts.
I know.
I was just like crazy. Oh, and you took the smart option.
I did.
Jumped on
the smart turbo option.
Every pun intended. Okay, on to the next climb. Now, this is going to take us out towards the next sprint line. And interestingly here, this is going to be where we're going to see whether Jessica Hamilton can be in his contested second of our sprints.
Yeah, we were in just a minute ago with Frichcon Sarasu, and she's one of the riders who we don't see very often in Category 6 come to the fore, but she's a great, great climber. And when she's on form, she really climbs strongly. Yeah. So for me, this type of course, if she's with the pack when they go into that final climb, could be a really good race for her.
And that's the thing, isn't it? On MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, we have such a variety of courses. We have lots of different terrain. We don't always have the same checkpoints. We have different, sometimes there's more climbing checkpoints. Sometimes there's more sprint checkpoints. Sometimes there's none of either. But across the month, it all works out. And of course, the checkpoints and the prizes, eventually the prize funds equal across the month in both the men's and the women's prizes. And each individual, the checkpoint prize for a sprint is the same in Category 6 for the women as it is in Category 6 for the men. Let's go to Category 5, though. Next step up, where the prizes are bigger because we have our teams here today. Now, there's 6 teams in Category 5, 2 teams of 5, so with strength in depth, Cycling District 5B, Heron, Pinto, Fredholm, Montoya and Nose, along with the FCC, the Femme Cycle Club Pedal Artist Squad. They have 5 riders: De Silva, Damnice, Dobbins, Schultz, and Mongeli. Now, last time out, it was Femme Cycle Collab Squad ahead of Cycling District. They had the team win in our last qualifier by some 0.737 of a second.
Well, they were also the winners last month, the pedal artists, from the pedal dancers by 1 minute 32. But the pedal dancers have been on some really strong form this month, so it's going to be interesting to see as they leave the start pen, which of those teams will be on top today, or will it be Cycle District 5A? Because Santos has had a 3rd and Polakaska has had a 4th and a 5th, or Aeronova velocity, because Sudibayo's had a fourth and she's on form, and Georgina Jones has had a third. Liz Smithson and Amber Johnson, don't discount them when they start climbing either.
No, definitely not. Liz Smith has been on some great climbing form recently. One rider who has been absolutely flying, Alma Mongeli. The disco glitter ball is on the move already. And Alma, for me, has really shown some real improvement this month. I think she's really, really been good this month. The way that she has been able to contest not just one thing, not just the sprints, not just the climbs or the overall, but she's been racing everything.
Yeah, but I also think Alma picks her races. She really does target races, and she has a plan to execute. And I always do like to watch that. I think that's really, really strong. She doesn't try and do everything every week. She has a very clear plan, and that's what she executes. And she always does target the monthly final, because I really think that team environment really does just spur her on as well.
Well, her work life is as part of a team, a very critical life-saving team. So I think really it does show you, doesn't it? I think a lot. There's always that transfer, isn't there, between people, what people do outside of cycling and then within the sport.
Yeah, it is too. Candice Dobbins, the rider we're highlighting at the moment, it's her watts and her numbers on the screen that you're seeing at the moment. She too has been having a really strong month and is one to watch. But, well, watching on the left-hand side of your screen, I think that could have been Manon Holtman, who's just taken the second sprint. It was indeed. So all change in Category 6. Holtman from Hadjuk, from Kumbarov, from Barco, from Jaskalainen. Hamilton wasn't even in the mix. Interestingly, Monica Hadjuk, she took 2 points in sprint number 1, taking 4 points in sprint number 2. She takes the green jersey.
So Category 6 in our purple jerseys, that competition really changing up here because of that ascent into the headwind, the immediate drop back down again. Hamilton, I think, paying the price. So we'll see what happens when we go to the third of our sprint. That is the Casa Al Watain sprint. That is going to be at 15.8k. Let's go back in with Candice Dobbins here on our screens in Category 5. It took second in the sprint competition to a very dominant Amy Sudabayo, who took the win. But Candice was going very, very well overall as well. Fifth place in the overall competition last week, but really has had a good month as well.
Yeah, she has. And I think that the team that she's on, those pedal artists, the FCC pedal artist crew, De Silva, Damnes, Dobbins, Schultz and Mongeli, they really are going to be the ones to watch today in Category 5. Sudibayo, Johnson, Jones and Smithson, as I said earlier on, I think they're the ones to challenge them. But the pedal dancers, you know, there's only 3 riders on the pedal dancers crew, but what a 3. Valencia's had a first and a fourth. Wilhelm's had a second and third, and Becerra's had 2 seconds this month. Sudibayo, Notes and Dobbins are on your screen at the moment, and they're lining up for that green banner, which is the first of the sprint checkpoints. Johanna Warren has gone. The Warren family, well known for their sprinting prowess. Fred Holm is in the mix as well. Maroka is there, but Warren's gone early, and she's got the jump here. 9 watts per kilo from Maroka behind, coming in fast, but I don't think she's going to catch Warren. Warren's going to go underneath in 1. Maroka's going to go underneath in 2, but great timing from Joanna Warren there to take away those 5 points.
Now, as you were focused on the front of that race, I was watching the face Amy Sudabayo. She didn't go for that sprint.
Oh,
this is the person who was dominating the sprint. So that, for me, clear indication that we're going to see her going potentially for the racing up to the summit. Who's going to be racing for the summit in Category 4? The riders with those red jerseys. Our teams, well, we have got 9 teams taking part in Category 4 today. 1 team of 5, 7 teams of 4 with 1 team of 3. Our team of 3 with the elites is the Cycling District 4, Jingji, along with Rosa Herrera and Rosara Haglin. So don't discount them just because they've got 3 riders. They could be right up there. They've got the number that's counted, but they've all got to finish. Our team with 5, it is Amy Young, Karen van der Act, Kat Tonkinson, Natalia Andlew, and Seba Alray of the FCC What Works squad. Will the Watts be working today? Will they be able to put them down at the right time? Can they get those 3 counters across? the line. It will be very interesting to see how that plays out. Martin Nuske, Tom Kingston, and Lou and Giuliano, Fem Cycle Collab, with the first team last week with Van der Aert, Falana, and Jurek in the second Fem Cycle Collab last week, the second team last week. This week, well, the Fem Cycle Collab have actually got three, four different teams.
I know, it's really, really great
really
to see. Interestingly, last month in February, it was the Rebel Rush from Cycle District 4. They were first and second. But I have to caveat this. Angelina Rower is on our screen at the moment, and she's nicely positioned in that bunch. They came out of the pen fairly steady, actually, but one rider just distance off the back of the group at the moment. Rohart neatly in the mix. For me, this month, Category 4 has been really interesting. We've had 4 different winners and 16 riders in the top 5, so it's really spread across the teams. For me, keep your eyes on Rebel Union. Banilla's had a 5th, Taylor Carter's had a 3rd. Power Bites, Brooke Donohue's had a 2nd and a 5th. Natalia Izik's had 2 4th places. The FCC What Works crew for me have got to be ones to watch, because Young's had a 5th, Van der Ack's taken a win, and Al Ray's had a 4th. And then the other pick for me is Aeronova 4. Brooke Samuel has had a 2nd, and Megan Albin a 3rd.
Just to interrupt you, I think that has got to be. We regularly see Gina Di Grazia, one of our real great all-rounders, really has improved as a rider. Realised that she was on camera, just taking a drink there at that moment in time. And you know when you take a drink and then you realise that you're doing something else at the same time. It was one of those kind of moments. Gina, I'm sure that is just going to get your adrenaline going just that little bit more ready today. I think Gina's got a choice to make, like all of our riders today. Go for those sprints, or go for the climbs, or risk it. Risk your energy management by going for both.
Well, I think one of the interesting things you'll see today is that the teams with the larger number of riders, so the teams with 5 riders, may well split the race. In terms, I don't mean split the race as in split the pack, I mean split the race in 2 halves, so that they've got riders on the squad going for the sprints for the first 16 kilometres, and then they've got other riders focusing on the climb who are sitting in the draft of the rest of the team who are racing for the first 16k. And I think that's a really interesting strategy that we might see play out, but it's definitely one that depends on the mix of your crew.
It definitely does. Definitely does, and I think it'll be interesting to see if people do that. I'm not sure. If this was teams of 9, I'd say yes, definitely. That makes a whole load of sense. With teams of 5, much harder, I think, to split that efficiently and effectively.
Well, let's talk about that when we come to Category 1, because I have my eye on a couple of things.
Okay.
But we're in Category 4 at the moment, and they are launching for the sprint at the moment. We've got Tomkinson, Rower, Idzik, De Gracia, and Bonilla on our screens at the moment. And at the moment, it's Carolina Alzat leading them out with a gap.
People have got to jump. People have gone quick very early. Alzat at the moment on the front, leading this through. She's got the gap. You can see the push coming from behind here. Knowles in second place at the moment. She's going out at the top of her. Gina Di Grazia also coming strong at 8 watts per kilo, going to score points there. You could see those riders that were focused on going through with the group. Kim Bonilla being a great example there on the right-hand side of your screen. And those riders that were going to be battling for the sprint, I'm really pushing on there.
I'm just having a little giggle because Natalia Idzik there, Mikhail Kaminsky sat with the cat.
Yes.
It's a little bit James Bond villain.
Yes, it is. It is, yes. That's probably the only similarity, to be fair, in terms of a James Bond villain between Mikhail Kaminsky and the James Bond villain is the cat on the lap, sat watching what's going on. Let's see who is going to be the hero of the piece, who will be our villain in Category 3, who is going to be Spectre, and who will be MI5. We will see. Let's see which of the teams are going to do this. We have got 9 teams in Category 3. So we have 4 teams of 5. So I'm going to run through these quite quickly. Salgado, Kawazuska, Penton, Montgomery, and Walkenhurst of the Blue Breakaway. They have 5. We have Montoya. Congratulations, Catherine Montoya. Get married. Taconis, Beltran, Berrigan, and Glamacak of Bonk Brigade. Now we've got the Cycling District 3B, Man from Bauer, Gwards, Simkin and Pluta, and the Grit Squad, Hadlock, Wachikowicz, Plokowitz, that's one person. Kainberger, Johnson, and Desenia. And apologies if I've pronounced your name slightly differently to how you pronounce it, but this is an English feed, so we do try and make it recognizable if somebody's reading the start list so that it matches. Because whilst we could do it in every single accent and language, A, it would sound very, very weird, and B, anybody whose English is their second, third, fourth, or impressively fifth or sixth languages, they may not know who on earth we're talking about. So we do try and keep it simple. If you like your name correcting, write to us, but do it yourself. Please do. We won't be offended if we've got your name wrong. Please don't be offended if we get your name wrong. But we would like to get it right, but we would like you to tell us, because otherwise we have had it before where people tell us somebody's name is one thing and it actually isn't. And then we do upset somebody.
Yes, it is true. But the Category 3 pack rolling out of the pen. 44 riders on the start sheets today in Category 3. Again, 4 different winners this month. 15 different riders taking a top 5 position. A huge number of riders coming up from Category 4 as we watch Joanna Warren do the double and go through the second sprint in Category 5, picking up another 5 points. Maroka doing a double for second again. So those two really targeting that competition. Back to Category 3 start sheets. Well, you can see them on the right-hand side of your screen, rolling and rolling strongly. The 44 riders on the start sheets today. The grit squad for me, Hadlock has been strong there. Kainberger as well. They're one of the riders, one of the teams I'm targeting today. The FCC Chainwright, Esler, Heiburg, Van and Par and Horner. Horner's had a second this month. The other riders going strong too. And the Bonk Brigade for me. Takanis has had a fourth. Glamox had a second and a third. They've got Barragan, Beltran and Montoya. And of course, Catherine Montoya and Marvin Angarita. Congratulations.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Congratulations, indeed. In fact, not the only good news either. Plenty of people out there with great news, so good to see. So we will see the riders in action out on the course. Happy riders are fast riders, and that's what we like to see when they're out and racing. So Julie Montgomery at the moment, always one of our riders on the way up here. So taking that little turn.
Yeah, so Montgomery towards the back of the pack, but the pack all together. Not one rider dropped from this group so far. They're rolling towards that first checkpoint in just around over. I'm just waiting for it to click. It's 400 meters. I tried to hold it, but it didn't quite work. Montgomery, Beltran, Miller, Johnson, and Desenia all on your screen at the moment. I bet Rebecca Johnson is looking forward to this climb at the end today, but she's Category 3, not Category 4 this time, as Tomt has gone. She's gone early into this tailwind to take her away from the group. Nyquist now starting to wind it up behind, but Tom Mete Tomt is the rider clear at the moment. She's got the green banner in sight, and I'm taking a scroll through the list behind. And whilst they're pushing on so that the gap doesn't get too much, none of them, not one of them, is going to contend this sprint, but Vassen now trying to come through to pick up second place.
And one of the things that's playing into the hands of these real early escapees who go early in the sprint, it's a tailwind.
Yes.
And the tailwind sprint you launch early. So if you normally launch at 200 meters, if you've got a headwind, you might launch at 100 or 150 meters. If you've got a tailwind, plus you've got to turn into, and then you've got this little bit of surprise, particularly as the bunch goes on. You've got a good chance if you go early because you don't have the advantage of being in the pack. Doesn't have that same level of advantage when you've got a headwind as when they've got that tailwind.
Yeah, I agree. And some great teamwork there because Tom Mete Tom from the FCC pedal pushers going through in one. Her teammate, Femke Vassanen, picking up 4 points in second place. So keeping it in the team. Silva taking third place, Miller taking fourth, and Kawazuska taking fifth. Nice work from the FCC pedal pushers there. I think they're really targeting these sprints.
I think they're doing a great job of targeting. I think it's a good tactic, isn't it? You go half of the sprint, and then you see what you can do when you go to the climb. Can you recover? Because it is different. It's a different type of effort. It's not a sprint effort on the Yellow Yace. It's all. It's just too long, too big, too high. Being in a group, being in a team will have some advantage. Let's give you a quick recap. 4 of our 6 race categories are now out on course, with Category 6, the furthest riders down the race route. They are making the way out and along. They've not yet gone through the third of our checkpoints. It's just under half race distance. So at the moment, Category 6 are furthest riders down the race route, then Category 5, then 4, then 3, in order that they started. Still waiting in the pens to go, Category 2 and Category 1. And those riders will be heading out. Category 4, though, coming in to our second sprint at the 6.4 kilometre mark. That's the Bahrain sprint, and Category 4 going through there. And I think it was Latriglia who's got the jersey, who's gone through the sprint first, but the jersey, I think, still being retained by Carolina Alzate. So it's Latriglia, Valentina Latriglia, who takes the 5 points. Alexandra Knowles taking 4. Magdalena Brea goes through for 3 points. Alzate takes 2, with Arias taking 1, but Alzate holding on to the sprint competition. She has got the green jersey at the moment, but we will have to see how that plays out as we go into a very final sprint that will be coming up at the 16 kilometre mark, 15.8 to be precise.
Yes. Sorry, I've just had a little message from Gina Van Rossum, Category 3.
Okay.
I'll let everybody know about it shortly when we go back in with them. But Shannon Martinuska on your screen at the moment, she's tightly in that Category 4 pack at the 7.1 kilometre marker. You can see on the top right-hand corner, they really are split, aren't they? 2 clear defined groups, 1 rider off the back, as you were saying. I was saying butter, they're coming up to another climb.
They are coming up to the climb, and I think one of the things for me here is that you've gone through the sprint, you go through the second sprint, you've got this slight headwind section where you do get some compression, but if you've been distanced in the sprint and the leading group there accelerated for the sprint, the chasers will have been doing a consistent pace. The gap opens up and drops down, but this is playing to the advantage of the biggest group, and the biggest group is the leaders. It's the big peloton on the front. It's the group coming up onto this bridge at the moment into this rise, and it's a tailwind up here.
Yeah, so and it's driving this group. It really is. They are motoring. They're on the climb at the moment at 3.5%, and they're still doing 31 kilometres an hour. And that is because of that tailwind. And it's exacerbating those gaps and really stretching them at the moment. Randa Cahul on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see she is towards the back of the group, just Jackie Giuliano behind her. Cahul, though, continuing to ride, continuing to tap a rhythm, it doesn't matter where you are in the race, you are in the race.
You are indeed, and it's good to see you, Randa, wearing the MyWhoosh jersey there. Yeah. One of our regular riders on MyWhoosh. Don't forget, if you've been riding, doing the challenges in the Flanders challenges, going up the Claremont, if you ride that and then you go to the stands, then you can go pick up some goodies. And I understand that Manon Holtman has been and picked up a jersey for herself as well by doing just that.
She has indeed. And in fact, there is Manon Holtman. We're in with her in Category 6. She's taken some of those sprint points, and she'll be lining up for the next sprint that comes up very, very shortly. It's just around the corner here. Keep your eyes peeled because she's got 5 points in the bag already. Monica Hadjuk is going to want to defend that green skin suit, and there's some work being done here because this is a tough ride. Hadjuk pushing on. Lopes is there. Holtman not contending this. So Hadjuk and Lopes go through. Hadjuk, I think, will now be confirmed in that skin suit overall, and she'll take away the points and the overall competition. But Manon Holtman, yes, doing exactly what you said there, Matt. She did the ride. She dropped down to visit Cy and Bart at the MyWhoosh HQ. And picked up some goodies.
Yeah, went down to the stand down at Flanders, and keep an eye on @MyWhoosh on social media for details of where the stand is and where it's going to be on what is the Classics real golden period at the moment. We'll see who's going to be golden in Category 2. Who'll be taking the silver and bronze in our team competition when they get to the finish line at 34.3 kilometres this time around. Femcycle Club continuing their running streak, taking away top team last week with Wagner, Thompson and Hakkinen Category 2, way to go. 10 teams on the list. There are 3 teams of 5. Cycling District 2, along with the FCC United Cadence and Velocity Vikings. Will the Vikings be raiding, or will they be united in their cadence at the FemCycle Collab? Or will we see the Cycling District on 2 wheels, Team 2, go out and make it top spot this time around? They're up against some tough competition, it has to be said here today. Antipodean Racing Team, the core squads. It's really good to see. I mean, there are so many riders in teams who've qualified into teams. It's brilliant to see.
It is. It's the largest race field today with 48 riders on the start sheets. Heather Shanks are on your screen at the moment, part and parcel of that pack, neatly ensconced in the middle and out of the pen. A steady-ish start today. Shanks, part and parcel of the crew that are rolling at the moment. She's part and parcel of that FCC United Tempo crew with Susnik, Wagner and Vrobel. Should be a good squad today. Talking about good squads, category 2 this month, 4 different winners, 18 riders in the top 5 out of a possible 20. We talk about the strength and depth in category 2, it just highlights it. Only 2 riders have done the double in terms of being in the top 5 this month. Bearing in mind there's been 4 races. Holly Bergin has had 2 top 5s, and Carrie Stewart has had 2 top 5s, and Carrie Stewart has progressed to category 1. For me, it really does open up the team competition. The Watt team have got to be odds-on favourites, I think. Otto, Vittori, Roach and Manshandi, they have been riding really well. They were second last month. The Velocity Vikings, Embring, Svanström, Nielsen, Engström and Nordin, they are looking so strong. But for me, they have a lot of strong sprinters. Can those riders do the climbing? That's the big question. Cycle District 2, Holly Bergin's had a 1st and a 4th. Again, she's so strong sprinting. It's going to be interesting to see whether she's got her climbing legs out of the wardrobe this morning. Mally Steyer, she's been riding well. Highland, Magnus and DePavia. DePavia's come up from category 3 and she's a great sprinter. Expect her to go hard to start with. The core crew as well, Simmons, Kalman, Proust and Giovanni, they for me are the ones on paper who should be able to climb strongly.
And those were the names I was looking at. Sophie Giovanni, we know, a great climber. You got Hayley Simmons, who's a great, she's a champion time trial rider. And that means that when you go on to something like the Yebel Yates, which is fairly consistent gradient, you are going to be doing what should be a time trial up to the summit. We will have to see. I think it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Rhian Denton, another rider who could be right in the mix on our screens at the moment. It's very coincidental. I was looking at my notes, not on the screen. So Rhian Denton on the screen again, and I think a rider here who is going to figure at the top of the time. No pressure, Rhian, but I think it's definitely a day where people are going to be looking at this and thinking, yeah, I can do this. This is a good climb for me. Now, into the sprint. DePavia starting to move up on a Marv here. You can see DePavia center of your screens, litting out the saddle as well. Gonzalez Ruud dancing on those pedals. So is Giovanni. Bruget's going for this as well. It's Otto leading out, the sprint winner from last week in category 2, who's leading though. Toddy's behind Equist and DePavia. But look at Tennille Otto go underneath that sprint banner, continuing as she set off last week. She took 19 points in the sprint competition last week. She's taken 5 out of 5 possible points so far this week. Category 2 to nil. So don't bet against her when it comes to a sprint.
No, definitely not. Absolutely no way at all. And it's going to be a really good competition because there are some great sprinters in there, and we'll see what happens. But Otto from DePavia, Todd, Equist and Lytton, those riders take points in that sprint. 42 riders in that leading group.
So category 1, last category, waiting in the pens. We've got 8 teams, 2 teams of 5, 5 teams of 4 and 1 team of 3. The FCC Endorphins have 5 riders and they were our winning team last week. Albert, Van Heuling, Gallegos, Tomasi and Koisen, and at least Gallegos taking away the win individually last week. What a ride. I mean, it was a phenomenal run into the finish. Very, very, very quickly changing. And she held her nerve, took away the win, leading that team home ahead of Ablock International. Hamlock International with 4 riders here today.
Mm.
The Fem Cycle Collab squads are here with Strength in Depth, the Chain Reaction, and the Endorphin squad as well. Sweat sensations on this line. Gabby Guerra could be leading the home Fua and Bruni and Meyer, but this really is a who's who of riders. In terms of team riders, first of all, Emma, before we go to individual riders who are not in teams, who in the team riders? I mean, Kristen Kolczynski's she's top of our list as the way we've ordered it when we've done the sorting.
Oh, you mean on the
start
paper in
sheet.
front of me?
Literally on paper in front of us. The first rider, the rider that's for the first list is Kristen Kolczynski, who is a hill climb specialist.
She is, and I think this could go really well for her. She's a rider on some really good form as well. We saw her take the sprints by the scruff of the neck earlier on in the month as well. So she is one to keep your eyes on. Big style. For me, that's part and parcel of the Ablock International crew. Let's just remind the audience: no Kate McCarthy, no world champion stripes in the pack. Not riding for Ablock International today. A few weeks out after the tumble from the bike, the incident out on the road racing. She may be back next month. We shall wait and see. For me, the FCC Endorphins, they took the win last month. Alberg, Van Heuling, Gallegos, Tomasi and Koinston. Gallegos has had her first Sunday Race Club win this month. That was fabulous to see. Tomasi and Alberg are going to climb superbly today. Francesca Tomasi could be eyeing this one up, I think. Her and Guerra have been going head-to-head on the climbs this month. That's been so good to see. The sweat sensations, as you mentioned, who can discount Guerra and Fua and Bruni on this climb? Nicole Mayer, she'll be out working for the team really hard. But you talked about the individual riders. Ashley Mormon-Passio, Brodie Chapman, Stephanie Medder, those 3 riders I am really looking forward to watch race on the Yebble Yace and to see what they can do. All of them coming into the Sunday Race Club over the last few weeks. All of them world-class riders joining a world-class peloton on cycling esports. Katerina Karamani, the rider that we're in with at the moment, is going to love this. She has got better and better and better, the rider from Great Britain, and coached by Jason Osborne, the world champion. And that relationship, that coaching relationship is really working for her.
It is. I just want to dive back to what you said about the individual riders, maybe put some colour into those 3 riders that you mentioned, Ashley Mormon-Passio, Brodie Chapman and Stephanie Medder. Stephanie Medder taking away the QOM in San Calobra in Mallorca, one of the real big training camp areas. Definitely she displaced Illy Gardner there, taking that win. Brodie Chapman, world-class time trial rider and top-level rider. You know, so she can put the pace down. And actually, Mormon-Passio, of course, Great World Tour.
Yes, and you are right. It's going to be very, very interesting. And Brodie Chapman, part and parcel of that Australian team who took the gold medal at the team time trial in the World Championships. I was going to say this year, but it's actually last year. Doesn't seem that long ago.
No, it doesn't. It wasn't exactly the world's flattest course, that's for sure. We're going into the sprint already. As you can see, it's really starting to wind up on the front. Caramella going for this. Kelsey J. Van Shaw's absolutely flying. Now, talk about multidiscipline riders. Kelsey J. Van Shaw at the moment nailing this on the front. Aaron Caramello just being blasted into the slipstream here. Snova, Briggs, Karamani, Passio, Stewart all making a move. Carrie Stewart just moving up, hovering on the side of the top 5 there. Brown's into the top 5 at just the right time. Karamani's going to take away a point from that as well. The rider on the right-hand side of your screen in person. But what a ride. Kelsey J. Van Shaw
rode the Cape epic.
Yeah,
she put in some phenomenal performances with her partner on that, finishing on the podium on stages regularly. Absolutely amazing race from her, and she's just led through them on the sprint.
Yep, sprinting out here.
Mountain bike ultra race to sprint.
She takes away the checkpoint in category 1 to Neil Otto, taking the checkpoint in category 2. and so on. All those riders taking away prizes. And I've got the full prize list is available on MyWhoosh.com, and go to the main menu, go to results on there. Then you can check out whether it has been verified and approved, whether it's a verified result, and get all the details on there. Don't forget, of course, you just go to MyWhooshinfo.com for all of the race results, analysis, and so on, and see who is going well, who's going improving, what their power is, what the splits are, the courses. It's an absolute mine of information, and I've got to say, massive thank you to Jakob and all the rest of the team. Now, Category 2 going for our next sprint here today, already underway. Under they go, and this time round it's Bruget who takes that. So the French national cycling esports champion, Anouk Bruget, takes away the win in that checkpoint. Be interested to see what that's done to the overall.
Anna Russell coming through for second, Neil Otto for third, Todd for fourth, and Embring for fifth. That leaves Otto. Well, I'm just waiting. It's just not quite updated at the moment, but I think that leaves Otto still in that green skin suit. But it's going to be interesting as they head towards that third sprint. Well, Category 4 are heading towards the third sprint at the moment, and Alexandra Knowles is the rider pushing on the front here. Nice move from Knowles. Donoghue, Youngler, Trigler behind, but it looks like Knowles is going to take this. She does. Great move. And Knowles tying in first place with Carolina Alzat going into that. So I think that now means that Knowles is going to take the sprint competition overall. The jersey has changed shoulders.
It has. It's Alexandra Knowles. Congratulations. Her sprinting really has improved over the last few weeks. Alexandra Knowles taking 12 points overall. The Trigger taking 9. Alzat taking 7. Not scoring in that sprint. Jinji taking 4. Then 3 points for both Brel and Donahoe. And then 2 points for De Grazia and Young. 1 point to Petrova, Arias, and Van der Ragt. Those are your point scorers in the sprint competition. As the sprint competition is now closed. It's now time to switch over, get ready to go onto the climb for Category 4. They're already through the final sprint. Category 5 going through there, Joanna Warren taking the overall win in the sprint competition from Roska and Schultz, Pinto, and Maturesti. They were the top 5 in Category 5. Category 6, it was Hadjuk from Timmins Cohen, Hamilton, Holtman, and Lopes, the top 5 overall, with Categories 3, 2, and 1 still to complete their sprint checkpoints on the way in towards the slopes of the Yebel Yace. We do have a little climb before. That's the Leeward Desert Climb. The first of 2 climb checkpoints here today. The Leeward Desert Climb, a very short ascent, and it's the very short part of it actually today. It's a 2-part climb. In total, there's only about a K of climbing, but we're only doing 800 meters of the climb to get to the checkpoint itself, which comes at 24.2 K. So it almost becomes a foothill. It's only a couple of K away from the base of the Yebel Yace. So it's a great
warm up.
Yeah, it's one of my most detested climbs, I have to say. The Leeward Desert Climb. I'd rather go ride the Yebel Yace.
Well, Francesca Tomasi on our screens at the moment. She's up and out of the saddle, dancing on those pedals at the 4.9 kilometre marker. It's a short climb at the moment with a push here just up and over the bridge. The Category 1 pack all rolling together, 35 riders in this group and rolling strongly. You can see not one rider dropped off the back of the group so far on that top right hand corner of your screen. It looks like one blob on the road, just one rider, but it's not. It's 35 all together. Nicole Mayer in the mix, and Nicole Mayer, one of our riders from the USA, early morning. She's on the west coast. It's around 1 a.m. where Nicole Mayer is. I love the commitment of our global community because it doesn't matter whether it's 1 a.m. in the morning, 9 a.m. in the morning, 3 p.m. in the afternoon, or 9 p.m. in the evening. The riders all coming together on the Sunday Race Club. Well, Mayer now to the top of that bridge with the rest of the pack. They're going to start the descent the other side very, very shortly at the 5.3 kilometre marker. They're now 1,000 metres out from sprint number 2. And will Van Shaw go for that sprint again? Snova, Caramello, Brown and Caramani, the 5 riders who picked up points in that first sprint. It's going to be interesting to see who targets sprint number 2. and subsequently that overall competition. But I don't think there's any way at the moment you can discount Van Shaw from taking it.
Not on the form that she's on. Clearly, the all that riding and all of those short, sharp efforts. And that's one of the things about taking the mountain bike up on Cycling Esports in sprints is it's sharp, hard, big kicks, big effort,
and the ability to lift cadence. You have to in mountain biking.
And apply that power. Now the power's going down from Tom Tom, who's looking to make this 3 out of 3.
Femke Vassen's
gone over the top. Tom Tom was leading in the overall competition. She got 2 out of 2, and I think it does mean she's going to hold on to the jersey. Femke Vassen takes away the win in that sprint, but the overall going to go to Thomas Tom's, taking what is going to be 14 points.
Yes, and the Category 1 sprint unfolding at the moment, and Van Shaw trying to go over the top. Snova's going to go over the top of Van Shaw just on the line. I think that was Snova versus Van Shaw. Caramello in the mix as well, but Van Shaw will hold on to that jersey, I think. I can confirm Snova does take it from Van Shaw, from Caramello, from Filensky and Briggs. But you are correct, I think. I think that will mean they are tied on points because Snova was 1 point behind of Van Shaw. So they have just switched on the second sprint.
So Manon Holtman taking the checkpoint in Category 6, Joanna Warren in Category 5, Valentina Latriglia in Category 4, Tomasi Thompson in Category 3, Anouk Bruget in Category 2, and Alexi Snova taking the checkpoint prize in Category 1. Those are the checkpoint prizes for that checkpoint. And that is the Bahrain sprint, the second of 3 sprints today. Category 1, the last riders out of the pen, the last group of riders to go through the 2 checkpoints. The leading riders on the road, though, well, it's Hala Obeid and Angelica Limbaga. Obeid has gone up the Leeward Desert climb and taken those climbing points there, taken the 5 points and takes a checkpoint prize. So whilst Emma's doing the smug face on the left-hand side of the studio, I have to say Emma's choice, saying that today could be a good day for the climbs, was correct, Emma.
Yeah, but there's a good-sized group still together here, you know. Hoyas is there, Limbaga, Obeid, Timmers Cohen, Jaskalainen, Lopes. Kambarov is in the mix too. There's only 4 or 5 seconds splitting these riders at the moment at this coming towards the 25-kilometer mark, and you can see here 1 or 2 riders now really pushing to get back on to try and ensure that those 9 riders are indeed one group rather than a group of 5 with a group of 4 stretched behind.
So Obeid, Limbaga, Timmons Cohen, Jaskalainen and Hoyos, the 5-point scorers in the climbs competition so far.
I tell you, the belief that Timmers Cohen's must have now after that win, just that belief in herself is absolutely phenomenal, and she'll ride so strongly today because of it.
Well, she's right up there, isn't she? She's in the right place, she's in the right group, up at the front of the race here, in contention, knowing that the big prize is up at the top, because realistically, it's 600 meters from our final checkpoint at the Jebel Yates climb to the finish. If you are clear at that point with a big enough gap, you can take both together, and that's going to be a good day for whoever can go through and do that. But it's a big climb. You can gain and lose a lot of time. There's a lot of cross and headwind as well, which won't make it easy at all, and it does give the advantage to those inner groups. So maybe we see a more compressed start to the climb, and maybe on some of those upper slopes, maybe not quite so much advantage for those riders just able to open a gap. 1 or 2 of the flatter sections do have a tailwind as you go up there, and that's true whether you're in Category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1. Here in Category 5, we're in with Jacqueline Almeida, resplendent in the colours of Brazil, again in the right place in that front group as they come down the descent. This is the drop down into the Leeward Desert climb. So we drop down the slopes, we go down into the base, you go across the flat section at the bottom, which is about 500, 600 meters long. Then you kick up, and it's that 800-meter ascent from 23.4K up to 24.2 kilometers that really can be decisive. And I think whilst you don't need to contest the checkpoint, you do need to be in the lead group as you go over there. Getting back on if you get distance and there's a big group on the front, it's going to be almost impossible.
Yeah, I agree. Getting back on it is almost impossible because it's a short transition before you start the climb, and managing that effort on this climb to go into the main climb is a real skill. Marika Notes is the rider we're in with in that Category 5 pack, and that pack are rolling very steadily. I say that because Notes is sat at Zone 1. She's on a recovery effort at the moment. They're on the descent and they're rolling at 53 kilometres an hour. That pack will roll strongly towards those climbs. This is another pack that's rolling strongly at the 20.6 kilometre marker, and there's a little push on the front here from Knowles and Young. The Category 4 pack is rolling strongly here. They're about to start that descent into the dip before they climb out on the Leeward Desert Climb.
It is indeed that ascent coming out from the climb will happen very shortly indeed. Just taking a little look here at Rosa Herrera, who's nicely tucked into that group with Natalia Idzik.
Yes, Rosa Herrera, the woman who crocheted Matt and Emma.
Indeed. I'm sure they're on Emma's social media feed somewhere. In with Natalia Idzik, our rider on our screens here. The Bond villain has dispensed with the cat, hopefully in a humane way, as we see Natalia Idzik on our centre screen there. I'm not sure this counts as a great warm-up for Mikhail Kaminsky, but I'll tell you something. Natalia
I think
Idzik
it's a brilliant warm-up.
Natalia's looking very cool, calm, and collected at the moment. I think she's got her eyes on this big climb and thinking, I'm going to be there.
I think riders forget about how much you can actually learn from watching other people race. Particularly young riders forget that when you're coaching them.
They do. Young riders regularly forget watching a race is actually really important preparation. And okay, when you're in a big world-class team, you've got other people to do that. But most riders don't magically appear there. They get there. And to get there, one of the things to do is to make sure you know what your competition is going to do, what the course is like, and, of course, how it's going on the course today. But I think really interesting. Always lessons to be learned. The great champions keep on learning. One lesson to learn is to keep calm.
Well, Emily Nyquist on the bike, a master of keeping calm for anybody who watched the MyWhoosh Championships. She was absolutely class on the bike in the sprint and casually dismounted and dealt with somebody at the door.
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic. Each discipline has its own challenges. She dealt with them beautifully.
It does, and that's what we always need to remember, that there are challenges for everybody in all sorts of different ways, and we don't get to see them. We do get to see some in the pain cave, and a big thank you to everybody who gives us that view into their pain cave. So thank you very much. If you've got the camera going, if you join that Zoom chat, remember, put it on landscape mode. Make sure that your name matches and get into that Zoom room. We'd love to see what you're up to down in your pain cave when you're racing on MyWhoosh.
Well, the Category 2 pack are 1.2 kilometres from the final sprint checkpoint. And Megan Stevens on the front pushing strongly. Hayley Simmons, Alice Lethbridge, Emma Todd, all towards the front of the group. But you can see it's a big pack behind. And Stevens riding really strongly and ensuring the group are just not sat there and waiting. Brittany Litton, Gemma Daniels and Vanessa Murray, part and parcel of her Riot 2A crew.
So the squad's on the way in towards the banner in a short while. It won't be too long till they get there at that 15.8k market. In with Joanna Cameron, a definite contender when it comes to the top of the climb, but somebody who's got a great turn of speed for the sprints as well. Here, the Polish rider just tapping the rhythm out, the window wide open to get the oxygen and that fresh air in as they make their way around these turns. At the moment, it's a headwind. It's going to discourage the riders on the way in from maybe going too early. But you've got to remember, we're going to twist and turn before we get there. And that is going to be absolutely critical, because as we go around that right-hand turn, the wind will come from the left-hand side, sitting on the right-hand side of the group key, steering your way in and across. Really, really key. Remember, of course, MyWhoosh with steering as well as gear changes done from controls on the handlebars. You don't need to mechanically change the gears. Much quicker gear changer as well. And of course, you can keep the bike in a really efficient gear.
Yes. So category 2 now unleashing for the sprint as we move towards 4 of the race. And Tennille Otto wanting to maintain this green skin suit on her shoulders. Brittany Litton pushing on. Anna Russell, Emma Todd, Anouk Bruget all now coming through. But Tennille Otto is out front. She's got to go underneath the green archway. Anouk Bruget not contending this sprint this time. But Tennille Otto goes underneath the final sprint of the day. She's now confirmed in that skin suit and will take away the sprint competition.
I think Bruges did start to go, realised that Otto was on the front, that she wasn't going to get the checkpoint, but she wasn't going to displace Otto from the top of the standings as well. And Otto will go through taking the overall onwards and take away the overall win and the overall prize.
39 riders in that leading group in category 2. It's a massive, massive group of riders. Otto, Russell, Todd, Litton and Bruget in that top 5, but they'll all now turn their attention to those 2 climbs today.
So 48 riders on our start list, 39 riders still in the leading group. Category 2, the biggest race field here today. In fact, 42 riders in teams here in Category 2, which is brilliant to see.
Category 4 coming towards the polka dot banner.
They are indeed, and the polka dot banner signifying the end of the climb where the checkpoint is anyway. And at the moment, you can see big kick from Majewska on the front here. Albin, Pamplona and De Grazia are going to be scoring points. Really critical in terms of the overall. De Grazia out of the saddle, sprinting down now. She takes a rider, she takes another. She's on her way. She's going to score 4 points here behind Majewska's at 5. Good moves by De Grazia now. Time to suck in the oxygen, get rid of the lactic acid, and get ready for that big climb. 2K, 2,000 meters to get to the start of the climb. You've got to make the most of them now and get that heart rate down, get the lactic acid out.
Yeah, so 23 riders in the leading group in category 4 at the point. Majewska, De Grazia, Albin, Young and Pamplona picking up points in the sprint competition. Rebel Rush, Rebel Union, the 2 teams, well, they are so close together in terms of time at the moment. They're in the mix, the 2 of them. The FCC Wattworks currently sat in 3rd, Cycle District 4 in 4th. Those are the top 4 teams in category 4 at the moment.
Really interesting battles unfolding across all of our race categories. It's quite close across, well, it's close across category 6 with category cycling district 6 and the Cadence crew. At the moment, you can see category 6 on your screens. Hala Abeid, our climb leader after the Leeward Desert climb, leading this race up at 28.3k. Angelica Limbago is behind, so is Hoya Jeska Linus, Timmons Cohen also behind. Bade out of the saddle, kicks on here, trying to make sure she gets the pacing right on this climb. Remember, we're on the climb now at 28k. We've got to go all the way to 34.3 kilometers. So making sure you're efficient on the way up this climb is going to be absolutely key. Bade riding for the Velocity Vipers squad. We'll see what she can do here today in terms of getting a great time for that team. In category 6 is category 5. They're hitting the slopes. 26.2k was the start with 200 meters in. The gradient 4.6%. And at the moment, it's still a big group in category 5. The pedal dancers squad and the pedal artists and Aeronova Velocity all pretty much in the mix here.
Yeah, Wilhelm leading them onto the climb. Tejeris and Guiney there as well. They're still wide across the road, steady state at the moment, but category 1 we're going to drop back in with. They are now at the 15-kilometer marker. They're coming up to the final sprint, and Van Shaw is going to want to take this from Snova. There's not a lot in it at the moment in terms of that sprint competition. Van Shaw on 9 points, Snova on 9 points, Caramello on 6. Expect to see Van Shaw and Snova take this on.
So Van Shaw wearing the green skin suit of the sprint leader comes up to the fore. The bunch's left-hand side the riders coming in here. Interesting as they come around. You want to be on the right hand side to get the maximum draft. You would want to accelerate through the group to some degree to get the build up without having the draft. You can just see Snova dropping back in this pack, just waiting for the moment to go. You can't leave it too late. With now 500 meters to go, 400 meters now to the front. Snova and Van Shaw up at the front here. They're watching each other like hawks. They're not going to get the advantage of the draft as Briggs starts to wind up now. Now we see the kick coming from Van Shaw. 6.5 watts per kilo. Filensky's kicking hard though. We just see 9.13 though coming from Snova, who goes over the top of Filensky right up into the front of the group here. So Alexei Snova at the moment is looking to make this jersey hers. She's looking for the overall. Van Shaw is coming behind at 12 watts per kilo. They've still got a little way to go here, but Snova kicks again. She goes up to what is 11.7. It's going to be enough. She kicks again, getting back that power, kicking over the top. Responding when you've been sprinting is hard, but my goodness, Alexei Snova did that in style. Kelsey J. Van Shaw loses the green jersey, goes to Alexei Snova. Snova doing the business there. She'll take the lead by 1 point. 14 points for Snova, 13 for Van Shaw. Great riding.
It was, and they waited until they were out of the headwind before they started that sprint. It went to Alexei Snova. She leads through the Category 1 race. Lopes Category 6, Maroka Category 5, Knowles Category 4, Vassanen Category 3, and Susnik Category 2.
So those riders coming through, those are the times that the riders came in through the checkpoints on the way in. Alexei Snova leading Category 1 at the moment in terms of the sprints, and will take away that sprint point overall.
So Category 6, Category 5, the first two race fields away today, both on the Yebel Yace at the moment. Category 1 and Category 2 have still got some time before they get to that point. Let's take a look at the map and see where our racers are. Well, Category 5 and Category 6, so you can see the Yebel Yace climb. It is indeed the massive climb segment at the end, starting at that 26.2 kilometre marker, 7.6 kilometres of climbing. Yes, you heard me correct. Finishing at the 33.8 kilometre marker, that average gradient of 5%, quite steady all the way through. 600 metres then of climbing to the finish line once they get to the top. It's going to be a really, really interesting finale. Category 1 and Category 2 have just come through that final sprint checkpoint, so have still got the transition to go before they get to the base of the Yebel Yace. They've got that Leeward Desert climb, the short, sharp 900-metre kicker to warm up their legs, if they're not warm enough so far, into that Yebel Yace. So the sprint competition now complete for all 6 categories. The climbing competition, well, it is indeed underway.
It certainly is, and remember that climb is going to be critical. So let's take a little bit of a check as we head on to the course with our riders, where our riders are at the moment. Category 1 at the moment, the last riders to head out from those bends, currently just having gone through, completed their sprint competition, and they're heading to basically, they're at half race distance. Our leaders on the road right up on to the climb Category 6, leading out at the moment. Interesting check-in with the rest of these race categories out on to the climb at the moment, because we can see our riders making their way up and over the climb. So Category 3 having gone over the Leeward Desert climb and now making their way onto the Yebel Yace climb. They're on the left hand side of your screen. They've got a number of riders they've caught in Category 4 with them for company. The Category 4 leaders are on the right hand side of your screen, and at the moment as they go up there, the riders starting to break those groups apart. They came out of the Leeward Desert Climb with 27 riders in contention in Category 4. I don't think there's 27 riders in contention anymore. They're scattered all the way down those slopes. Category 3 came over the top of the Leeward Desert Climb with 34 riders pretty much together chasing Salgado, who was 6 seconds ahead. That makes 35. And again, you can see on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, Category 3. Now going on to the big screen, breaking up once again, but this time it's Melissa Tuoma who's going off into a race lead, accelerating up here and looking to break open a little bit of a gap here. The American rider looking to stretch this group out. And you can see behind there are riders now really struggling with the pace.
Yeah, there are indeed. And, well, the gradient starts to go up and the pack starts to stretch. Tuma, Lopes, Kindberger, Silva, Hadlock, McKay, Kawazuska, Salgado, Real, Ward, the 10 riders all towards the front of the group. Angel Hadlock on your screens at the moment, and you can see her just getting up and out of the saddle to push a little stronger. They're coming to that 27-kilometre mark. There's still a significant way to go in this climb. This rider's, it's an interesting move, isn't it? How long do you watch and sit in the group if you're feeling strong? When do you make the decision to go clear?
And Angel Hadlock is one of our really experienced riders. She's ridden 163 Sunday race clubs, Angel has. And I gotta say, absolutely amazing riding. She's taken 13 wins, 14 second places, 11 third places, a further 18 top fives in that time. We talk about riders who are up there. She really is. And we know that she can sprint, but actually, she's never taken a sprint overall, but she's taken 8 Queen of the Mountains jerseys overall. A really, really strong rider.
But it's an interesting move, isn't it? Lorena Beltran choosing to stay in the group. Again, another rider in that MyWhoosh Championship jersey. Really, really great kit. But she's choosing to stay in the group. Beltran, one of the strong riders, you know. And I always really like watching her racing, part and parcel of the Bonk Brigade. She's going to be key in that team competition today. But the move off the front at the moment in Category 3 from Tuma, it's an early move. She's got to be feeling good.
Yes, but I also think it's also about seeing who moves, because if you know that you're good on a long climb, you want to use that all the way bottom to top. You really want to push that out, and I think that's really critical to see. You don't want to just leave it late, because you know this is where you're going to make that move and that.
The tactics are really interesting on a climb like this. Do you go early, push on, get a gap, and then sit and hold that gap for as long as you can? Tactic number 1. Do you sit in the bunch and reserve as much energy as possible and then hope to push on later? You know, there are very many different ways of riding and racing this type of climb, and we're seeing them play out in front of us.
And we mustn't forget Melissa Tuoma, really new rider
to
the Sunday Race Club, and still feeling a way through. And you do see riders where they come in and they, you know, this is the first time she's ridden the Yebble Gaze. This is the first time that, certainly in terms of racing on Sunday Race Club, she's raced one of our real big climbs. And I think that's really, really critical. You look at her participations, her racing. You know, she rode Hederia on the Dust Trail in the USA National Challenge in the Masters Females in 2025. She rode the Echelon Racing League when it was here in 2025. She's now come back in qualifying race 2 and race 4, and now racing here. This is number 3. You know, this is really impressive riding. She's going to be really interested to see how she goes on. Now, let's dive across somebody for whom this is definitely not their third race participation. Sophie Giovanni, rider who is going to be racing here to see what she can do on this ascent. A rider tipped for big things today by both Emma and myself. We're going to put that out there now. Definitely a rider who I think can challenge for the Yebble Yates. Will she be looking to take away the climb overall? We will see. She's going to go kicking on down here. Nordin leading this out. Then Proust, Giovanni, Wagner, and Eck on the way up here in this group. Giovanni holding third position. Dana Wagner, really strong rider, right in the mix. Murray starts to move away up, and Alice Lethbridge now starting to kick as well. Vittori moves up as Giovanni's in the mix, but Jenny Eck is the one who's striking out at 9 watts per kilo. Eck puts in a sprint. Lethbridge is going to take second place. It's a battle, a real bum fight for third. In fact, it's the sprint leader, Tennille Otto, who kicks and uses that sprint power to take away the third place as they go over there. So Eck in 1, Lethbridge in 2, Otto in 3, Proust in 4, Giovanni in 5, Vittori in 6. It's going to be a 7th for Nordin, 8th for Murray, 9th for Banerjee, and 29 riders together in the lead group in Category 2. As we move across to the leaders on the road, Category 6, the first riders away. Hala Abeid 14 seconds up the road from Timmers Coney. In front of her, she's got Jaskalainen and Limbaga in sight. And in fact, Abeid, even at 15 seconds up, you can see that white skin suit of the polka dot skin suit in there. Now, how hard have the riders gone to get the gap? And how much effort are these riders saving in the slipstream? This is one of our steepest sections here. It's a headwind, and it's at 8-9% in places on this little section. It will ease briefly, very shortly, and that's when the speed can pick up. But where the wind's coming from, how fast these riders are moving, it's 2%, little bit of a flat section, not long enough to pick up too much speed. Abeid, bottom left-hand side of your screen in person. Top left-hand side of your screen in person is going to be Timmers Conan, a rider who's took that victory last week. Can she do 2 out of 2? Once you open that confidence bottle, it all bubbles out and it's all there ready to be used. Is it going to be the day that we see her take the 2 out of 2? She's got to work it out. Hala Abeid still looking focused, looking concentrated here, tapping out that rhythm. Nice 82 cadence, 81, 82 revs per minute, just sitting there looking like she could keep going for a while yet, and we have got a while. Remember the finish line at 34.3K. Category 6 right hand side of your screen. Category 5 leaders on the left hand side of your screen. And we've got a breakaway, a trio who are up at the front of the race here. Now, Marika Notes on your screen in person, left hand side. Alma Mongeli taking a gel there, just a refueling on the way up the climb. Alma was looking super focused when we went in with her earlier on at the start of the race, and we can see why she knew this was a race where she wanted to be there. So, at the moment, Notes, Schultz, and Mongeli, the 3 riders, the triumvirate of talent, it's cute to quote a Hugh Porterism, at the front of this race with a gap back, 13 seconds back to the chasers. It's a good gap. They need to keep that. They're at 30.3. They have got 4K exactly to go.
Yeah, Marika Notes, another rider for me who's getting stronger and stronger, and it is great to watch her too. So Notes, Mongeli and Schultz, this should be a really good battle all the way to the top here. Who comes out at the top is going to be a really interesting answer to the question. There's a good group behind at 11 seconds, but those 3 really seem to be going clear now. Going into the base of the Liwa Desert Climb is the Category 1 pack. There's not 3 riders here at all. There's 35, and the entire start list of the Category 1 pack going into the base of the Liwa Desert Climb together. Do you know, I've just taken a little look actually, and the last time we raced the Jebel Yace course was in April 2025.
Wow.
It's been that long since we've been on the Jebel Yace.
Really?
Yeah, it has. And it was the only time last year that we actually raced this course. We did race the Jebel Yace in the January final, but it was the longer version. So just once in 2025, this course, 59.36, the course record set by Kate McCarthy that day. It was McCarthy, Holdcroft, Guerra, Kulczynski and Fua. But it does tell you we've had so many new riders on the Sunday Race Club since April 25. There are a huge number of riders who have never raced this course.
Absolutely going to be a real battle. You can see 3 of the key protagonists on your screens. Catherine Fua, bottom left-hand side, Gabby Guerra, centre left, and Francesca Tomasi, top left-hand side. 3 proven very, very strong riders as Gabby Guerra starts to accelerate. She's looking for the checkpoint prize. She knows exactly where this is. She's checked it out. You can see it on the radar view, and she'll see it on her computer view at the moment. She's got the gap back to Tomasi, going to score the points here. Tomasi's coming up behind her at 8 watts per kilo. So Guerra has to hold her off all the way to the battery. She's not being given this by any stretch of the imagination. She's going to ease off a little bit for the line. There goes to 3 watts per kilo, 2 as she goes over, conserving energy smartly there. Guerra leads through. She's still got that run to the climb and the ascent of the Yebel Yates to do, but in prime position with the polka dot skin suit. Gabby Guerra of the Sweat Sensations. And I tell you, that is quite ominous because you know she's clearly going to be targeting getting up that climb. And we know that she's strong. History proves it. And a rider, as you said, Emma, who's ridden this before.
Yeah, so Guerra going through in 1, Sosnick for Cat 2, Salgado for Cat 3, Majuska for Cat 4, Becerra for Cat 5, and Obeid for Cat 6. But Guerra, you know, picking up those 5 points. Tomasi takes 4. Gallegos coming through for 3 points. Alberg and Biarhead rounding out the top 5. Jennifer Gothlander, one of the riders I do want to give a big shout out to. She had her first top 5 in Category 1 this month. That was a fabulous, fabulous race. And for her to come up from, we knew her as the consummate sprinter from Category 2. And she came up into Category 1 a few months ago. She's been getting better and better. She really has. But 35 riders all going through that checkpoint together, and everybody we are looking at is in the mix.
So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out as we go up on to the Yebel Yates. As we go there, they're going to have to reach the point and further as where we see our Category 4 riders. Category 4 at the moment. The riders all mixed together here. Taylor, Elos, Young, De Grazia, and Go on the ascent here, pushing up. They've not got a definitive gap opened up between the very front group. They're still, though, in the early stage, 31k in. They've got the top section to go. They have done the vast majority of the headwind. There are side winds and slight headwinds, but there's only one small block headwind section. And as you can see, that leading group of Category 4 on the left-hand side of your screen, and that is going to be about 9-10 riders strong. Right-hand side of your screen, leader on the road, Hala Bates still in front. Nearest chaser now is Timmins Cohen. So what can Timmins Cohen do? Can she close down Obeid? A real pursuit on the climb there as they go up. As Miriam Taylor leads out Category 4, Hala Obeid leading Category 6 on the slopes of the Yebel Yates.
I'm just having a giggle because I'm just taking a look at the team competition in Category 1. Obviously, because we've got all 35 riders going through that checkpoint still together, every single team at this point, all 8 of them still in contention. That has got to be, you know, where are we at? That race is at the 25-kilometre marker. There's less than 10k to go. I'm not going to set myself the homework of finding out the last time that 8 teams were in line for that team competition in Category 1, 10k out on a final. But it really does just show, well, that they're all waiting for that final climb for the race really to start, but B, that it's going to be a great final climb today.
Yeah, why wouldn't you wait? Why wouldn't you hold as much as you could for the climb because of the size and the scale of the prizes? It's so important to these races, and we're seeing more and more riders making their way and joining the Sunday Race Club. You can be here too. Download the app on iOS, on Android, or on Windows. So make sure that you're updated. Get riding on MyWhoosh. If you want to join the Sunday Race Club, you can join at any time. You do need to complete the Power Passport and have the right level of equipment. You find all the details on mywhoosh.com in the technical guide and the cycling racing rule set for MyWhoosh. But you need to know that you're up against some of the best riders, particularly if you end up in Category 1, and that is being proved here. Guerra pushing, Tomasi answers, but look at the size of the group already.
Yeah, they're 400 metres into the final climb, and yes, it is 7.5 kilometres, but Guerra, Tomasi, Alberg, Koinsonen, Passio, Gallegos and Meyer all wide across the road at the front of this group, and you can see it's starting to stretch with the pace that Guerra is tapping on the front.
I just saw Holcroft move up there as well. She was right up into the top 5. Just dropped down a little bit at the moment. So we'll see how she holds that. Ashley Passio at the moment, looking like she's just nicely inside the top 10 as well. Fua's holding that position. That's going to be really key. Holcroft at the moment in 14th position. So has a bit of work to do, but she knows this climb. She's raced this climb. She's a rider who we know can put on the podium on this climb. Can she take away that top spot? Kolchinsky in the mix, the hill climb specialist from the United States of America with so many course records to her name. Currently in a 13th position here. Needs to, I think for Kolchinsky, the way she's worked on a sprint, she now knows that she can kick back as well as holding the pace. She was really good at holding a good climbing pace, but I think the sprint that she started to develop, it allows that pace variation a lot more.
Yeah, and it's looking like 15 riders are now starting to go clear. Van Shaw just on the wrong side of the group at the moment. But again, Guerra starts to kick. The gradient fairly steady at around 5%. It's fluctuating 4-5% up and down slightly at the moment. But it's not really steep. It's a little bit steeper up here where category 4 are 7% at the moment at the 32.7 kilometre marker. And Miriam Taylor and Gina De Grazia locked together in a battle here.
They are, and they're actually coming up on a pair of riders from category 5 here, and I think these are the category 5 leaders, Mongeli and Schultz together. It was 3, it's now 2. I'm searching to see if there's anybody in front. I don't think there is. It's a long way to the category 6 riders. So it looks like Mongeli, along with Schultz, the leaders in category 5. Taylor and De Grazia, the leaders in category 4 in the red jerseys, now coming up on the shoulders. Meanwhile, category 6, Hala Obeid has just gone through underneath the checkpoint because she has now taken the win both at the Leeward Desert climb and on the climb here up through the Yebel Yates checkpoint. On the run into the finish, she has to go into what is a 180-degree right-hand turn, and then it is the run for the banner. The banner is literally almost directly above her, up the cliff face.
It is indeed, and Obeid doing a superb job, but setting a real tempo on that climb and holding it. She's 35 seconds clear of the chase behind, and it looks to me like Jaskalainen and Hoyas are locked in battle for 2nd and 3rd place. In fact, you can see that on the left-hand side of your screen. The rest of the group there, Timmers, Cohens and Kambarov, not far behind either. Limbaga is in that mix too. So whilst Obeid is clear, wow, there's a real chase on for the rest of the top 5 and that team competition. 2 riders from the Velocity Vipers, 2 riders from the Cadence Crew and 2 riders from Cycling 6. So it's all about the 3rd counter and the time. Well, Hala Obeid sees the finish line. She sees the UCI banner. She's sat and tapped a perfect rhythm today in category 6 on the Yebel Yates to take her away from the rest of the race field. She's 30 seconds clear of the chase behind, and it is a real chase behind for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th position. But Obeid doesn't need to worry about that. She just needs to turn those pedals underneath that UCI banner to take the win today in category 6. Hala Obeid will put on that yellow jersey.
Well, the confetti cannons of fire. Hala Obeid punches the air in delight. Her first win, one step up from the 2nd place she's taken. So taking a win within 6 races on the Sunday Race Club.
Well, Kambarov, Hoyas, Timmers, Cohens. Timmers, Cohens is pushing here. Timmers, Cohens wants 2nd place today on the climb. 1st place last week, 2nd place today. Fabulous racing throughout March. She just can't believe her form at the moment. Hoyas, Kambarov, they are all coming through for the finish. Hala Obeid takes the win. Sylvie Timmers-Cohens comes through for 2nd. Cynthia Hoyas takes 3rd. Zoe Kambarov takes 4th. And Katja Jaskalainen takes 5th place.
I tell you something, Timmers-Cohens was in about 7th position, 14 seconds down on the leader, but she was critically 3-4 seconds down on 2nd place. And then she took that back in that last kick. It shows you
belief.
It's not over till you get to the. Well, I don't know if it was belief because there was sheer disbelief on her face when she went over the line. It's never give up, never stop trying.
The race is not over till you cross the line.
And so true on the climb.
Well, Miriam Taylor pushing on here to go underneath the polka dot banner in 1 in category 4. But Elos, Hagland, De Gracia, Pamplona, Lou and Young, 6 seconds at the moment separating the top 7 as they come through on that Yebel Yace climb. Taylor in that top spot, Ellis, Hagland, De Gracia, Pamplona, Lou, Young and Donahue as well, a little bit further back. But the race now is on for the finale and it is not over yet. Taylor desperately trying to push on in P1. Ellos and Hagland desperately trying to close down at the moment, and Geneva Ellos kicks, Donahue kicks as well. Ting Lu is in the mix as well. Razura Hagland really trying to move this on. This gap they're trying to close. Can anybody close down Miriam Taylor before the line?
Well, I think really interesting, isn't it? You've got Taylor up on the front there, kicking hard in category 4. In terms of the climbs competition overall, it's actually gone to Gina De Grazia. She takes the climb points.
Well, category 5, Alma Mongeli has gone through the polka dot in number 1 in category 5. She's got that polka dot skin suit and she's just ahead of Melissa Toomer. Schultz, Notes, Dobbins and Alzat were going to be battling for that race, but really it's Mongeli versus Schultz. Taylor versus Elos in category 4, and Miriam Taylor is driving towards the line here. Razura Hagland is battling behind, but Taylor is going to come underneath the banner in 1 to take the win in category 4 today. Hagland, I think, is going to beat Elos in the sprint at the top of the Yebel Yace. Donahue and Pamplona are going to come through as well. Fabulous racing in category 4. Melissa Toomer in category 3 has gone clear of the rest of the race. She set that early pace at the base of the Yebel Yace and nobody has caught her. Toomer has driven her way to the top of the climb. She's going to go underneath the banner and take the win in category 3. She's going to put on that yellow jersey. The battle behind between Mongeli and Schultz. Well, Alma Mongeli in polka dots takes the win today on the Sunday Race Cup category 5 in that FCC kit. She is a happy racer.
Yeah, you can see what that means. What a ride. Goes through, takes the win, takes the polka dot skin suit as well. The riders making the way up. And remember, whether you're at the front or the back of the race, do not give up. I'm going to tell you now, there is only one team that's put 2 teams now, put 3 riders over the line. Velocity Vipers ahead of Cycling District in category 6. They're the only 2 teams to finish 3 riders so far in all of our race field categories. Remember, every single time counts. And even if you're 4th or 5th rider on the road at the moment, you don't know what's going to happen to your 1st, 2nd or 3rd counter. So you do need to keep on pushing, guys. Every second will count in this team competition. Well,
category 1, the battle is on. It's Tomasi versus Guerra. They battled each other last week on the climb. They're battling each other again this week. 30.5 kilometres of racing complete. Tomasi and Guerra are 6 seconds clear of Ulberg. She has Bruni for company. You can see those 2 riders in the distance. Nicole Mayer is then in 5th place at the moment. Stephanie Meder in 6th. Catherine Fua in 7th. There's still 20 seconds there. But it's a big group, actually, I think, with Meder and Fua at the moment. But Guerra and Tomasi, the 2 riders at the front of the category 1 race on the left-hand side of your screen. Ulberg and Bruni trying to close that down. On the right-hand side of your screen, it's a big pack of category 2 riders at the 32 kilometre marker. They've got 2.3k to go. Take a look at that. That's about 12 riders. It is indeed 12 riders in that front group. Kalman, Denton, Murray, Norden, Vittori, Banerjee, Nielsen, they are all in there.
2 very different scenarios in category 1 and category 2 are 2 categories still to get the leaders in and over the line at the finish here on the Yebel Yace on the monthly finals of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Category 6, category 5, 4 and 3 have put their race winners in. In terms of teams, Category 6 team win at the moment going to Velocity Vipers. In the Category 5 team win going to the Pedal Artist Squad. Category 4 team win going to Rebel Rush, with the Category 3 team win with Cycling District 3. Full results, MyWhoosh.com. Still unverified at the moment, remember, of course, because that process begins before the riders start racing and it continues after they finish the race. It's only verified when it gets that official stamp of approval.
Okay, so Category 2 on our screens at the moment, Kalman, Giovanni and Denton. But look at the pack at the front of this race. They are absolutely motoring here. Proust, Eck, Banerjee, Hakkinen, Giovanni, all in this group. 14 riders. I said 12 last time. It's actually 14. Just an extra 2 in there. Hayley Simmons just off the back of the group at the moment. 9 seconds back. She's pushing on at a good, steady pace. But the group now, well, they are looking at each other. They are not turning their heads to see what Simmons is doing. They are battling each other. Battling each other on the left-hand side of the screen is Guerra and Tomasi.
So Guerra versus Tomasi, rider versus rider, 1-on-1 at the moment. Bruni and Alberg were chasing. They had them in touching distance. You saw the pace from Bruni and Alberg. They were coming at nearly 8 watts per kilo, sprinting to get onto the wheels. But the climbing prowess of Francesca Tomasi and Gabby Guerra at the moment is really doing the damage. The gap has opened back up. It's 16 seconds now to Bruni, 17 to Alberg. It's nearly 30 seconds back to Mayer, and it's going to be heading out towards a minute for the riders to get outside the top 10, I suspect, here today. And that gap, I think, is only going to grow. The 2 riders on your screen in person on the left-hand side, the 2 avatars on the right. So Francesca Tomasi in the red jersey in person, wearing the yellow jersey there in avatar form. Gabby Guerra's avatar has the polka dot skin suit. Gabby there in the black and blue on the lower of the 2 screens. Both riders very, very evenly matched at the moment on this climb. Both great riders. Both have the skills, the ability, the climbing strength, that souplesse that you need to be able to respond to the moves. This is going to be really intriguing. I'm not going to ask you, Emma, who you would say here. I wouldn't want to call this at this stage because they had so much in the tank as they hit the base of the climb. These 2 have really judged this race well.
Well, they've got 2 kilometres to go, just under 2 kilometres to go, and that is going to be a battle to the end. Bruni and Alberg, that 17-second gap, and then Mayer, I think, is about to get caught by Meda and Fua, the chase behind. It's going to be interesting to see who hits that top 10, but Francesca Tomasi continuing to push on and drive. She's utilising the motivation of the other riders from the earlier starting categories in front of her. Guerra getting back onto her wheel. Alice Lethbridge on the right-hand side of your screen at the 33.4 kilometre marker. They're coming up with 900 metres to go. Susnik, Lethbridge, Vittori, Giovanni, Kalman, Nielsen, all in there. The move is pushing, and Lethbridge right on the front of this pack, driving this on. Kalman now takes up the charge. Shandy is there. You know, we said 14 riders at the front of the Category 2 race, and right at the start of the show, we were talking about the fact that there had been 18 racers in the top 5 in Category 2 this month, across potentially 20 spots. So only 2 riders making the top 5 twice throughout March. The strength and depth, we have talked all month about the Category 2 race, and this is just proving it. It really, really is. There's 600 metres to go.
So 600 metres, a whole host of riders in contention. The points up for grabs in the climbs competition underneath the polka dot archway here at the top of the Yebel Yates climb segment itself. And this is going to be a kick here. Giovanni's going to go kicking for those points. Lethbridge, Deds and Kalman are behind, but this is a great place to then make the move to push on. Lethbridge pulls on the polka dot skin, so he jumps back off again. He goes back on. The computers are having to think about it, but it's going to be Lethbridge who's going to take away the climbs competition here today. So Alice Lethbridge with one skin suit to her name is back off again. It's so close at the top of the the climb here. Lethbridge, I think, should have that with 7 points. It's back on her again. I tell you something, it's changing more often than a spin in a phone box. But this now, it's about the run round the corner and to the banner.
It is indeed. And Lethbridge, Vittori, Giovanni, Banerjee, Kalman, Proust, Manshandi are all in the mix. Vittori, Nilsson, Hakkinen, Thompson, Murray. The 12 riders who went under that banner together really now starting to motor. Banerjee takes up the mantle at the front. Melaine Proust, Alice Lethbridge. Lethbridge trying to stay on the wheel, but Giovanni's about to come over the top. Kalman is in the mix as well. It's Katie Banerjee leading out there now, fighting for the banner. The banner is inside. It's Banerjee versus Proust at the moment. Proust and Banerjee side by side. Melaine Proust kicks. Banerjee's at the front. Proust goes over the top. This is so close. Melaine Proust is going to get it from Katie Banerjee. Serena Vittori, I think, will come through for 3rd place. But fancy a sprint at the top of the Yebel Yace? Yes, please. Gabby Guerra sprinting away from Francesca Tomasi as well.
Now, it's shown on my screens. It's Banerjee from Proust as they came in over the line by 0.1 of a second. So Banerjee from Proust from Vittori. Importantly, though, in terms of the team competition, we had the core squad up against the United Cadence squad coming into that finish, and it's the core squad who take that in category 2 from United Cadence.
Well, Tomasi and Guerra have been locked in battle this entire climb. Guerra pushed at the polka dot banner to take the skin suit and confirm the win in that competition. Now they've got the final run to the line, and Guerra is ahead of Tomasi by 5 seconds. Francesca Tomasi continues to drive. She's up and out the saddle on your screen. Guerra now kicks again. Look at the look on Guerra's face as she kicks to the line. The UCI banner is there, and Guerra is determined she's going to win this battle with Francesca Tomasi today. Boy, it hurts. Boy, she digs deep, but she takes the win today on the March final of the Sunday Race Club against a great battle with the Italian rider Francesca Tomasi, who comes over the line in 2nd place. What racing from these two women today. It's absolutely fabulous. Alberg and Bruni, another battle behind. Camilla Alberg pushing for 3rd place.
And this is all about that team competition. Alberg versus Bruni. Bruni on Sweat Sensations. Alberg for Endorphin Squad. They're tight between the two teams. They've got riders in contention. Every single rider's going to count for these two.
Well, they are indeed. And Camilla Alberg has got the better of Merle Bruni today. Alberg is going to go underneath the line in 3rd place today in this Category 1 race. Bruni is going to take 4th, but there is a massive battle behind for 5th place and this team competition. Catherine Fua at 10 watts per kilo is trying to kick clear of Elise Gallegos, and Elise Gallegos is coming hard from behind. Holdcroft, Kolchinsky, Mayer and Meda are all in there as well. Catherine Fua is going to come through for 5th place today. Elise Gallegos, I think, is going to take 6th. Then Holdcroft, then Kolchinsky, then Mayer, and then Meda.
So Sweat Sensations and Endorphins have just finished all their riders. The top 6 riders make up the top 2 teams in totality. So from Gabby Guerra in 1, Francesca Tomasi in 2, Camilla Alberg in 3, Mo Bruni in 4, Catherine Fur in 5, and Lisa Gallegos in 6. Those are your 6 riders that cover the Sweat Sensations and the Endorphins. And the Sweat Sensations take it by 4 seconds. Team competition. Now, you can ignore Tassia Sustik at the top there because that is just a little bit of an error coming through from the computer, glitch in the system. Gabby Guerra taking away the race winning category 1 from Francesca Tomasi, 2, Albert Bruni Fua coming through. You can see Banerjee leading Proust home in category 2. Don't forget the full race results are available on MyWhoosh.com, where you can download the app so that you can be racing on qualifier number 1 next month. Coming up, though, we have our men's final. So make sure that you refuel, you rehydrate, and are ready to go because it's going to be an absolute blast. We're going to be back in just under 20 minutes' time for the start of the men's racing. Don't forget, to be there. Follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh on Instagram, on Facebook, on social media. Follow at biking_Emma or at Matt Fixer Payne for Emma Martin or myself, Matt Payne. A big thank you for watching, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Until then,
Goodbye.
So hello and welcome back to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, to our finals in March. If you were watching earlier, hello and welcome. If you weren't watching earlier on and you've just joined us, do go back and have a watch of the women's race. A fantastic final with some fantastic finishes. We've had our women's race. It's time to move on to the men's. Martin and myself, Matt Payne, here in the commentary box for the racing once again. And whereas the women were in the Yebel Yace, ascending to the top of the mountain, this time around we are heading across to the coast to California.
We are.
2 sprints in terms of checkpoints, 2 climbs in terms of climb checkpoints, and an uphill finish. Emma, take us through a little bit more detail.
Yeah, we do. We come out of the start, and at the 2.5 kilometre sprint mark, go through the downtown LA sprint. That's before we get any climbing underway. The second sprint of the day, the Spring Road sprint, doesn't happen until the 45.5 kilometre marker, and by then our 2 climb checkpoints, have been completed at Mount Ominum and the Spring Road climb. Mount Ominum coming at the 17 kilometre marker, 4.1 the average gradient, 1.6 kilometres in length. The Spring Road climb starting at the 30.2 kilometre marker, finishing at 36.9, yes, 6.7 kilometres of climbing, an average gradient of 4% on that climb. The long descent takes you into that final sprint, but it wouldn't be the Sunday Race Club final for March unless we had an uphill finish, and that we do indeed. And take a look at that uphill finish, starting just after the 55 kilometre marker. It's about 3 kilometres in length, and there is a headwind out on that final climb today. It is going to be a very hard finale to the 58.8 kilometre course.
It's about 180 metres of ascent in that final climb alone, and that's going to be climbed by all of our riders to the finish across all 6 race categories, from our standard race category, category 6, right the way through to our elite race category. And of course, because this is the finals, the team competition comes into play. So as well as the 10 individual prizes for the top 10 riders in each race category, we also have our climb and sprint checkpoint prizes. We have our overall climb and sprint competition winners overall. We have 7 teams in each race category taking away the prizes as well. Out of our 70 teams, 10 of those teams are in category 6, with 7 teams of 5, 1 team of 4, and 2 teams of 3. The big teams here today: BMC Spinergy, BMC Sixers, Level Carbon squad, along with Level Steel, Level Titanium, Raglar Finland 6, and the ZTBR Yanomami team. It was Level Racing who took the win in our final qualifier in terms of the team competition, in the running ahead of Ride Club Finland and the BMC 6A in 3rd, BMC Spinergy in 4th, with Level Racing packing out the 5th place, with Team Velos Chile in 6th position. We'll see whether or not it's going to be a Level Racing on the top level of the podium in terms of the team competition. It's time to get our riders underway, to head underneath the banner here on our finals for March. We're good to go. It's race time here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race, the monthly finals for March. The first category underway, and as always, just like you would see in a schoolboy race, category 6 go off like an absolute flyer. They are like the acceleration away is like a McLaren accelerating, apparently.
Well,
I wouldn't know, but apparently so.
Yes, but having said that, it has settled down slightly, and then another mantle been picked up. Janowski, the rider we were in with, Mangino is there. Cosmo Mangino, nicely, tightly put into the middle of the pack. He knows where to be. Andre Corbani is in there as well. Scott Farrow in the mix too. Peter Cridland, Christian Santana, all in the mix as well. And the pack now starting to settle down, but we've seen 1 or 2 riders just get distance off the back of the group, and that's the danger to these starts. You can miss the move, and then you're not in the pack. And the benefit of being in the pack is the draft and the pace at the moment, with that slight tailwind, that this pack will be rolling, and it's rolling on the flat section at 46 kilometers an hour. You've missed the move, it's gone.
It's gone. It's well and truly gone now. Andre Corbani up on the front of this pack, just going out and through. At the front of the climbs competition was Simon Patzel last week on the climbs. Patzel racing for Level Carbon, but the climb competition last week is not necessarily going to translate this week, is it?
Well, it's going to be interesting. For me, Level Carbon are one of the squads I wanted to watch today. They were 36 seconds back in second place last month. Pazzles had a first, Skis had a third. They've got Mayard, Soberg and Hasek on the crew. For me, though, BMC6 have got to be the competition because Kevin Motmans has had 2/3 and a fourth this month. But when we were here on this course at Qualifier 2 in February earlier this year, he took fourth place. He knows how to race this course. Xavier Maillard, well, we also know he's such a strong rider and will be in the mix. So I think Level Carbon, BMC6 and Level Steel, I think, those squads are going to be the ones to watch.
Well, they are Emma's picks in terms of the team competition. In terms individually, is it all those same riders? Because we do have a number of riders who are not necessarily in the main squad in team competition. Matt Smithson springs to mind because he's ride.
He rode well last week.
His ride last week. I mean, he was second in the KOM competition. He was second in the race overall. He was in that sprint to the finishing line. Been looking really, really strong. Been riding really well.
Yeah, I think a lot of riders have gone up from Category 6 into Category 5 over the last 4 or 5 weeks. And actually, I think that's going to open up the front completely. Ola Warren making the most of it. And he's heading towards that first sprint checkpoint of the day at the 2.5 kilometre marker. It's sneaky. It's literally right on the bend here. And Warren has gone out early. There is a bit of a chase behind. Brett Sensing, nearly 12 watts per kilo. He wants some points. And Warren just kicks again to make sure he gets first place. Underneath the banner, he does. Warren going through the downtown LA sprint in 1, Sensing in 2, German, I think, in 3, but I'm just waiting for that to update.
It's certainly looking that way from the screens at the moment, but the big points going to Ola Warren, the sprinter, going in through the level titanium rider, clearly showing that he's got those quick kick. But one of the problems with going for the sprint is that immediately after you're likely to see an attack, and it's Atruba, Motmans and Mangino who have pushed straight on through the other side. Motmans going at 4.5 watts per kilo. He's going to go up onto the front, and if your legs were sore, if you didn't get the timing right going back in, you're going to be in trouble. Now, Cosimo Mancino means trouble today. He really is looking to take this on from the front because gone are the ducks under the various mascots. That's what I'm
You were looking for that word, weren't you?
For the word. It was in the dictionary somewhere for the mascots. And the water bottle has replaced it, but I do like the water bottle. I have to
There's
say.
a penny farthing on the front.
There is. I don't. Cosimo,
have you seen penny farthing racing?
I have.
It's brilliant.
It is. Cosimo, let us know what you would describe the bike on your water bottle is in Italian, please. Somebody let us know out there. What is penny? It's penny farthing in English, and this is the English commentary. So we names are anglicised so that people understand who, what, where, and when. I was watching a classics race over the weekend. Not over the weekend, during the week. And in the classics race, they called it by its Flemish name. And that meant, as an English viewer of an English commentary, I had no idea what they were talking about because it didn't translate to anything I could see on the screen. Now, we don't want to fall into that trap, so do be aware. If your name is there, it could well be anglicised. If you wanted something different, let us know. You need to do it yourself, though, because we have had, as we said in the women's race, somebody tell us the wrong name for somebody.
Well, I'll tell you something. I had a really interesting, talking about the women's race, I had a really interesting conversation with Merle Bruni in Abu Dhabi at the World Championships in 2024. And we were having a little chat, and she was saying it's really interesting because she'd always wondered what her name was, anglicised, because it's Merle in German.
Yeah.
And in English, it would be pronounced Merle. She and I had a really interesting conversation, and I asked her, well, I'm very, very happy to use the German pronunciation. She said, no, I really like it anglicised, so just keep it anglicised for me, please.
There you go. So I'm going to say Ivan Stanev, which is the English anglicised version. I'm sure in Ivans or Ivans, native language, it would be completely different. I'm sure that if he'll let us know, and if not, well, we'll just wave back because he did wave to us. So it is something. The universal means of communication from the
A
commentary box
wave.
is a wave, even though none of our riders can see it. It's probably the most useless physical gesture that we do.
But you
other
do
than
it regularly, I know.
every rider who waves, I wave back at. I was brought up correctly by my mum. I'm going to say happy birthday, mum, for yesterday. They are live
Oh,
on air. Not that
happy
she'll be
birthday
watching.
to Matt's mum
She
for
gave up listening
yesterday.
to a word I said a long time ago. Pretty much like most people, I suspect, if they've got any kind of sense. Right, let's dive back in with our riders in Category 6. We're up and away. In with Joel Lipinarski, the rider from Brazil at the moment.
Another
into
rider,
this group.
another rider with a beautiful line of medals in the background.
And trophies on the shelves on the left as well.
Yes.
Our left, their right.
Yes.
Joel at the moment just tucked on the back of the group, just having to work there to get back in the pack. That little bit of an acceleration on the way through, tough, and then going to go through. We've got to remember that just after 5K, it does dip a little bit, but then goes into what is a little bit of a climb.
And it's a fast start in Category 6. You know, we've got 49 riders out of the 57 who took to the start in this leading group, which tells you the first 5 kilometres has been tough. A number of riders already dropped off the back, and what you need to be is in the draft. You need that Watts number in the middle of the white bar to be green. 3 chevrons by the side means you're in the maximum draft. It drops to 2, it drops to 1, and when it disappears, those chevrons, your number turns black, just like that. And that tells you are no longer in the draft. So you're no longer able to save any energy. And energy conservation is absolutely what this is about.
Energy conservation, a topic close to many people's hearts at the moment. I'm looking at solar panels.
Well, there we go. Simon Purcell is not looking at solar panels. He's racing the Sunday Race Club monthly final here in California. We're in downtown LA, in Toon City at the moment. I love this bit of the California world.
It's very surreal.
It's brilliant. When you're doing a workout on MyWhoosh, it's a great world to visit.
I have to hold my hand up and say I've never seriously done a workout.
Oh, you've missed out so much.
But I like to ride it. I love to race it. I'm uber competitive, me doing a workout is not a bit of fun. Christian Remo at the moment looking like he's definitely in the right place at the right time, up at the front here, and you could just see it's really easy when you're on the turbo that when you do something else, you actually push almost too hard. And you go that little bit stronger, very much the case. You can put that extra bit of power down, maybe slightly unintentionally. We will see. Okay, well, let's leave Category 6 and go into Category 5, where we have 12 teams in contention for the team prize. Now, last week in our final qualifier, the MPCC Team 5 took the win ahead of Level 5, ahead of Cycling District's 5 squads A and B, with BMC Rule 5 in 5th place in Category 5. But with 12 teams, it's not going to be divisible by 5, the number that finish, unless 2 don't finish the right number of riders, which is 3. And we've got 2 teams of 3, 4 teams of 4, and 6 teams of 5 here today. Will the MPCC team, they've got 4, Fagala, Laszlo, Peda, and Duda, the riders who are riding for them, will they be there? Laszlo was on form. He was our sprint winner last week. What can he do today? It's time to go racing. Category 5, out from the pen, on the monthly finals, on MyWhoosh, on the Sunday Race Club.
Yes. 4 different winners this month in Category 5, 17 different racers in the top 5. It has been so spread across this race field. And those riders who have had those top 5 positions are spread across every team. It's amazing when you look at the start sheets. Aidan Sinclair is the rider we are in with at the moment as they roll out of the pen very, very quickly up to pace, and all the riders in this leading group. Now, I say they're spread across the teams. For me, I've got I've got 6 different teams highlighted today. In fact,
That's
7.
That's
7 out of the 12 teams I've got highlighted because they've got riders who have had the top 5. That tells you how strong the team competition will be today as well. BMC Get Racing, Cycle District 5A and 5B. The Level Avengers, the Level Raiders, and the Level Vamos, and Ride Club Finland. Well, Ride Club Finland took 2nd place last month. They could go well. But she says, I'm looking at this thinking, who's going to go well? Who's going to go well? Who's going to go well? I am going to pull out the Level Raiders, I think, today.
We'll see if the Level Rider is going to be at the top of the standings. One rider who we know I expect to be at the top of the climbs. It is Junior Silver, one of our regularly strong riders, particularly when it comes to those climbs. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out today. Here today with it is one of the best helmet racks that we see.
There's some motorbike helmets on the back there as well.
Yes, there's a real mix. I actually really love that. And I have to say, I want to see more bike helmets like motorbike helmets with really personalised designs.
What do you mean? You'd like to see more cycle helmets?
Yes.
Like motorbike helmets.
Yeah, there are a number of manufacturers out there who actually you can personalise the colours of the helmet and whatever. But at the moment, it's quite paint by numbers rather than being artistic. Now, let's see.
It's early.
It's early. It's a big kick out, and the moment MyWhoosh Searpole, you can see there the headband rather than the helmet on. Just looking to get down the gap to Ben Kirk on the front, who's going at 7 watts per kilo at the moment.
So early.
Yeah, I want to say it's too early, but it is going to break this up a little bit. It is going to stretch a few legs early, but then we're going to take that left-hand turn, and when we do so, it's going to be a cross headwind.
Yeah, interesting. Searpole was watching. He was watching and waiting and watching and racing and trying to stay in the right place, and now he's kicked and he's gone up and over the top. There's still 500 metres to go. It's still a long run for the line, and he's got to hold this position. And he's obviously got a screen just off to the side. Yeah. He's keeping an eye. Laszlo comes up. Searpole is there. Valdor comes in. Reimers, Kirk is still there. Marius Fossey now starts to kick at 10 watts per kilo. Fossey, you've got to really watch out for him. He's got a big kick, but Searpole's winding it up at 8.5 now on the front. Laszlo comes alongside at 11. Oh, Fawcett is coming. Can he get his timing to perfection? Matt's shaking his head. He goes through in third. Laszlo takes it. Searpole in 2.
You've got 2 real class riders there who know how to ride. And when all power to Searpole there, battling it with Laszlo and Fawcett. Laszlo, I mean, last week's sprint winner, he's a regular sprint winner. His timing, we've seen him. He rides along like he's just out on a club, and then he just switches on opens the gas, and boom, he just goes to the front. And he's got that kick, and Fossier's got that power, and he can climb as well. So between Fossier and Laszlo, if you're in that company, you are in, they're the Cipollini and Cavendish of Category 5.
And MyWhoosh Searpole rode it very, very differently. He kept his eyes. He tried to do exactly what he needed to do, and he tried to manage the effort to maintain that position. And nicely done, but a very different strategy to Laszlo and Fossier.
Definitely. Let's move across to Category 4 on our team competition. 14 teams in Category 4. Yep, you heard it right. 14 teams in Category 4. Level Golden took away the top spot with Simon Stark, Eric Rimborg, and Andreas Lindeber, who were the leaders as it came in and through. Simon Stark taking the race win to lead his team in and home ahead of BMC Racing 4 and the Ratio Racing squad in Category 4. This time around, though, it could be very, very different because there are so many teams in competition. 14, not 4. And that is going to really change things about. And let's put it this way. Level Golden have got 3 teams, not 1. That's how packed it is. Absolutely huge. There are, heading out from our start pens, 57 riders into qualifying teams alone. It's time to go racing. We're out and away from the pen. This big, huge peloton making its way out on to a race route. It's nicely across the road. It's not too frantic from that race start. And I think this is a considered start here from Category 4.
Nice start, I'd say that is. Considered, measured, however you want to phrase that. James Robinson on the front, Eric Rimborg is in there, Mika Rusamaki. Now, this team competition for me is another really, really interesting one. Pedal Club took the win last month. Angarita, congratulations, Marvin Angarita, got married. Loved it.
Yes,
brilliant. Beautiful pictures. Oleg Kochkov has taken a top 5 this month, and Ryan Giuliano, never one to be discounted. Alex Arseno on your screen at the moment, nicely in the mix, nicely in the draft as they go past the cruise ship in the harbour. this team competition, the BMC Anzacs for me, Cadiz, Wood, Lipka, Kiddle, and Friedeck could go strongly. Simon Stark, Eric Rimborg, those two will be up there. They've got Lidenberg and Le Calais there as well. They could go strong. I've also got the Level Golden 4 Team 3, Falana, Stewart, Womack and Turati. I think that could be a squad that could climb today.
I
Laurie
wouldn't disagree
Emerson
with you.
could go well too. Too
disagree.
many.
Just quick one for you.
Yes.
Just working my way through the results. Arseno, who was just on our screen, he's a 7 gem specialist. That's where he's taken both of his wins in the Sunday Race Club. So both on the same course, but 7 gems course is very similar in terms of some of the climbs that you get here. There's more climbs here and there's more bumps, but I think very, very interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out when he goes in and through.
Well, we're at 1.5 kilometres, and this is where the sprint Category 5 started to unleash. This group's still very, very steady. They're still Zone 1, Zone 2, just looking a little tap into Zone 3 at the moment, but still quite steady pace. The pack is rolling really quick, though, and you can see a number of riders already dropped off the back of the group. They've got 2 more corners, and now Moreno starts to move it up a little. Grant Womack watching as well. Nobody's started to sprint yet. They're just lifting the pace at the moment. Womack, Moreno, Malice, Graciani in the mix as well. Rimborg is there, but it's Graciani who's now leading it from the front at 9 watts per kilo. Someone's going to launch from behind very, very shortly. The 10s and 11s and 12s. Patrick Mortek now going and kicking here.
So Mortek goes over hard. He goes on the top. That steady lift by Graciani. We saw him do 5, then 6, then 7, then 8, but now he's swept away as Schwartz comes over the top at 12.5 watts per kilo. Timing it right here. He goes past Goman and Mortek, Rocker and Malice. Rimborg's going to be deposited lower down. Eben Schwartz, cool as a cucumber.
Time to wave.
I tell you something, that's a man who knows how to get his timing right. He waited and waited and waited. He launched at the right time. Masterclass from Evans Fort.
Yes, Svart, Goman, Mortek, Roca, and Malice rounding out the top 5. 70, yes, 70 riders still in that leading group, and we know we've got riders off the back of the bunch.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's just brilliant. It's just brilliant. I love the fact that there's just so many.
Do you know, it's getting to the point where I'm struggling. Okay, I'm going to say this. I'm struggling to keep up with the number of riders. We've got between 600 and 650 racers every week on the Sunday Race Club.
They're not all the same.
No, they change all the time.
Right, let's dive across Category 3 where we have yet more teams. 12 teams in Category 3, 6 teams of 5, 4 teams of 4, and 2 teams of 3. So a real mix of teams. Last time out on qualifier number 4 in March, Cycling District took the win ahead of the Sandstorm team. Only 2 teams. 10 more this time around. Sandstorm have gone up from Ryan Duma, Roy Miles and Niall Batty, and they've also got Stan Van Velligem in the mix as well. Cycling District have gone up from 3 riders, Almeida, Torres and Moretti, up to what is 8 riders spread across the Cycling District Alpha and Omega squads. So it's going to be a comprehensively, philosophically correct win with some great mathematics, or will Alpha and Omega all be talking Greek to me by the time we get to the finish? We will find out.
I just had to pause then, take a breath. Well, I'll tell you something.
In the end.
No, Adrian Morocco is not pausing and taking a breath. He's gone for a flyer off the start. 8.6, 8.7 watts per kilo. I'd like to think no one's going with him, but Natari is trying. But the pack absolutely dialing this now. This is a Category 3 start, and boom, they've gone off the start. They really, really have. Category 3, the team competition for me is going to be, well, I think TBC, to be confirmed. Can they win? Will they be confirmed winners by the end? David Goodall, Nick Squilari, Nicole Kansara are in there, and all 3 of those have had top 5 positions this month. Take what I think could go well as well. And then, well, do you know what? Peak Power Racing 3. Content. Elos, Wojciech, Montoya, and Butcher.
There's so many, but wherever you go in here, Antiponi in Level Racing 3, Borislav Ivanov, Yusuf Balaka and Ricky Lane in there. You can't it's so difficult. I think it's really interesting. There's no real one dominant squad, and I agree with you. Goodall, Squilari, Kansara, and Bendetti in TBC, along with Peter Banac. They are a very strong squad. But I think also for me, there's a lot of riders who could be in the mix. Patrick Bloom, one of those riders. Again, I would never discount from being in the mix. I think he really has improved, and again, could well be a rider who's going to be taking that. Butcher, you talked about, he was our sprint winner last week. Patrick Bloom in the sprint competition, he took away third place. He's not had a win though, hasn't Bloom yet?
No,
Quite surprising.
Talking about having a win, the rider who went off the front of the start.
No, my apologies. He's had 2 first places.
Okay. Well, the rider who went off the front of the start is still pushing on strongly here. And I know the first checkpoint comes at the 2.5 kilometre marker, but the one way to win the checkpoint is to go from the start and do the whole 2.5 kilometres on your own. And that is what Adrian Maroka has done. Amazing move. Butcher in the mix, in the pack, hydration ready, and towel, probably going to need both, but he's right towards the front of the pack, but no one's going to catch Adrian Maroka. He's 15 seconds clear, and he's going to be rewarded with that first checkpoint.
Really interesting. I was just taking a little bit of a look there at the bike on screen, and I have seen the most useless piece of equipment ever on a bike for cycling esports. What's that? Rear radar.
Just in case there's a car coming.
It's not going to happen here today. One of the great joys of being able to ride on MyWhoosh, you're not going to find this traffic coming up behind you that you didn't know was there. Now, Adrian Maroka has backed off. He was going at 8 skill. He's down to 2.5.
But there's a sprint behind.
Move. There certainly is. Corrales at the moment ahead of Butcher now on his way through. That radar would be pinging because all but 2 riders are behind him at the moment. He's put in the power. He's gone to the front there and used those skills. Nice riding by him to move his way up and through.
Yes, and interesting as well, just taking a little look. So Maroka clear 60 riders in the chasing group. So I think Maroka is going to come back into the fold now and we'll see 61 riders together. But Maroka will be in green for a long time because that second sprint checkpoint does not come until the 45.5 kilometre marker.
And in between, we have got 2 checkpointed climbs. 2 climbs that don't have checkpoints on them as well. The biggest of those climbs is the second checkpoint climb. That is the Spring Road climb that ascends 270 meters in that climb alone. Quick reminder today, it's a 58.8 kilometer race route with 844 meters of ascent.
It is 6 race fields, all with their own separate start time, all matched on ability. So you are racing like with like. So category 6 start first, then category 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 1. Category 1 being our elite racers, and the world champion will be in that race today. Well, he's on my start sheet. Walter Clay's on your screens at the moment. He's one of the riders in category 3 I love to watch. Hi, Walter. And he, always has this ability to get his front wheel out at the end of the race, but you never see him beforehand.
And he's a rider who today could take his 5th win. He's got 4 so far. Can he make it 5 today? We will find out. Went off camera with Walter before he could answer.
Well,
Saved by the bell.
Carl Passio now at the 7 kilometre marker onto the climb. Bit of a breakaway here. Passio now 11 seconds clear of the rest of the category 4 pack. This is a really interesting move. Passio, a strong rider, not in a team this month. So an individual rider going clear this early in the race. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what he can do.
Yeah, really set down his stall early. Men's qualifier race number 1 of March. He was 41st. He was 44th in qualifier race 3. Got his 2 rides in there. So target, I'm sure, is inside the top 40.
Well,
he's going. He'll be inside top 10.
It's a great start, and one of the things I really do like is a rider who really tries to mix things up, because you'd sort of look at the course and you'd go, well, okay, everyone's going to go for the first sprint, and then we're going to sit and see a bit of waiting for a while on this course, because the main climb, not coming till that 30-kilometre marker. But no, Passio's taken a look at the profile and gone, going to go early. And absolutely doing the business.
Well, once you go out that rise, you've got this little rise, go through the sprint, up the rise, little drop, then you got the first of what are effectively 6 climbs. There are 4 smaller climbs and 2 big climbs. If you take the climb to the finish as being one of the 2 big climbs, and I think it's going to be really telling who wants to take this race on and who is saving their energy. Energy conservation is a phrase Emma uses on multiple occasions. It's something that's an alien concept to me. Yeah, I'm like a cheap firework. I fizzle really brightly then and fade very quickly.
Well, I was about to say, Passio, I know, will have ridden a lot in Spain in the mountains. He will be used to mountain descend, mountain descend, mountain descend. And that's exactly the type of course he's got on offer today. It'll just be like a long Sunday ride.
Yeah, might have to go ahead to Spain to do some bike riding.
I know.
Do that. Taking some sunshine. It's a glorious day here in France at the moment, outside the studio windows. We're coming to you live, as always, on the Sunday Race Club. 52 weeks of the year, the Sunday Race Club comes to you. Don't forget, of course, you can watch all of those back. You can watch back the MyWhoosh Stage Race Championships that took place in 2023 and 2025. I've got my fingers and toes crossed. It's back in 2026, but we don't know yet. World Championships, of course, live from Abu Dhabi. And don't forget, of course, you can follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh on social media and be notified every time we go live. If you subscribe to the YouTube channel or to Twitch TV, wherever you are, don't forget to download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows. It's available. And of course, it's no fuss, no fee, just ride. There's no subscription charge. Literally, all you need to do is just click on and download it, get on board and ride. I've got friends who do that with speed sensors on rollers, as well as people with the latest all singing super duper smart turbo. Come on board, join Emil Ivanov, up and racing here on MyWhoosh in category 5, if that's the appropriate category. All of our riders have a proven track record, and that's why they are categorized. They have to do the power passport, and that doesn't just work on FTP. It's not as numb as that. It works across a number of factors. So instead of racing, so for me, my FTP is rubbish, but I can sprint really well. So I would be categorized as much by my sprint as I would be by my FTP. So it does take into account a lot of other factors. Don't worry if like me, you're poor at FTP. A number of riders who can't be poor at anything because they're into category 2. There are category 2 riders, and those for the teams. There are in category 2 a huge number of teams, 12 teams this week, with 9 teams of 5, 2 teams of 4, and 1 team of 3. With the Beast Mode squad, the team who took away the win, Beast Mode and friends taking the win last time out. Jan Jasbeck, Christoph Thiem, Simon Walter, and Mark Santo scoring for them. They're also joined by Gal Jasbeck this time around. So the squad with 5 riders. So ahead of Level Racing and the Cycling District squads last week. We'll see what happens this week, though. There's some really strong riders spread across the race fields, with 61 riders riding for teams this week. Number of teams without the full complement of 3 or more riders who have to be watched, as well as riders riding individually as well. So definitely a case that you need to keep your eyes on absolutely everybody across all of this huge race field.
Yeah, it's so true. 72 riders on the start sheets, 12 teams. And boy, this is going to be a great race in category 2. Josh Power on the front of the pack. It's a steady start for category 2 out of the pen. Just Power at 3 watts per kilo. In fact, Daniel Pinto's just rolled to the front, dropped off the Power, and is rolling steadily. Category 2 out the pen. Category 6 at the 18.5 kilometre marker. Just coming up to the top of the Mount Ominum climb. There we go. Simon Putzel goes underneath the banner in 1. He's 5 seconds clear of the group behind it. It's a huge group still. So Efren Mamba comes through and under the line in 2, picking up the second set of points. Kubiak takes third, Gibson fourth, Smithson fifth. There are still 25 riders inside the top 10 seconds in Category 6 at the moment. 27 riders in the leading group.
Simon Pastel, definitely a rider to watch. So we saw him ride really strongly. He's got 2 King of the Mountains jerseys. He's got 2 top 5s, one of which was a win as well. So very much the case. Definitely a rider. You don't want to let go too far. His win coming on Australia on the outer loop in March.
Well, Category 2, Carlos Ramirez has gone off the front early at the 1 kilometre marker, heading towards that 2.5k sprint banner. Sebastian Havo, one of the French sprinters, and we've got a number of fabulous French sprinters on the Sunday Race Club, closing him down and getting onto the wheel. They are now 7 seconds clear of the chase group. So those two have real intention. Intention in the team competition. For me, Beast Mode and Friends, Theme, both Yazbeks, Santo and Walter. Benjamin Brignall on our screens at the moment from BMC Elite Racing. They're another squad I think will go well today. Brignall joined by Stewart, Lauro, Evans and Barrett. Keep your eyes peeled for them. Level Rising could have a good race too. And Peak Power Elite Racing, if, and I say if, previous performances this month are to go by, the Watt Pigs and the Hitmen. I mean, there are so many teams in the mix in Category 2. I haven't named all of them.
You can't. Well,
yet.
You could. You could, but it would be like reading the phone book, to be fair. Okay, 2 riders clear at the front. And behind that chase coming from Machado at 6 watts per kilo. But it's not really going to pull these riders back. The 9 seconds in front, they've got the gap. It should be enough. I can't imagine that they're going to be unaware that Michel Machado is coming up at speed. You can see him on your screens in person. The trademark red pain cave in the background there, stamping down on the pedals on his way. You're going to have to be careful in front here because he's coming at speed. They've picked up the pace and they needed to. Havo has gone for the sprint. He kicked at 13 watts per kilo. And Machado's move, whilst he might not take away the win because it's Havo from Ramirez and then Machado, he made them work for it, very much so.
Yeah, but also you've got to remember that sprint competition is not over now. There are 4 climbs between now and the finale to that sprint competition. So whoever takes the sprint competition overall could well be the best climber of this top 5. If any of this top 5 are still in there. So Havo, Ramirez, Machado, Trujillo and Power all taking points.
Category 2, well underway now. Going through our first checkpoints at the moment.
Do you want to guess how many riders are in that leading group? Don't look at the results. You just looked at the results on your screen.
It's no good asking me. That's why I was hesitating, because I knew.
65 riders in that leading group in Category 2. I wouldn't mind, but you were on Category 3. I saw your screen.
Yeah, but I was literally having my fingers to click.
Oh, Category 1 are ready to go.
They are indeed. And in Category 1, with the top teams here today, once again, 10 teams in Category 1 in total. Last week, Team Scandi Racing took top spot with Bjorn Andreasen leading home, now Pedersen, Ruben Dont and Jakob Dane. All their riders inside the top 15, with Andreasen coming in third place. Alpha Joe took second place in the team competition with Jones, Vujasin and Kaminsky. Ahead of the Farm Watt squad, Zach Nair, Johan Noren and Mikael Plantero. They are the riders who came through in the team competition last week in our final qualifier, qualifier 4. But this is the finals. This is where there are big prizes for our teams. The top 7 teams will be taking home prizes in each race category. Category 1 up, underway, out from the pens. The teams have definitely got their work cut out. There's some very strong riders individually, but when it comes to the teams, the missing team from that list initially, the first blinding omission from the winners top 3 from last week, is the Boss Moves Only squad. Jason Osborne, Michael Nutter, Michael Vincasais, and Frazetti, because they came through last week with Scandi Racing, Alpha Jot and Farm Watt.
Yes.
So very interesting. An omission, but would you bet against them today? Definitely not.
Mendakowicz on the front of the pack and keeping them rolling and keeping them smart at the start. The Boss Moves Only squad took the win last month. From the Venga boys in two, Paradians, Kroll, Panizza and Mare representing the Venga boys today. In third place last month was Alpha Jaw. They were literally 3 seconds behind the Venga boys in third place. That was for Yasin, Kaminsky and Jones this month. Ollie Jones has been riding really, really strongly this month. 2 second places and a fourth. Michael Knudsen on the front of the pack at the moment, 3 seconds clear and motoring. He's heading towards that green banner. Ricardo Panizza from the Venga boys on your screen in that MyWhoosh Championship kit, but they're all chasing Knudsen at the moment from the Boss Moves Only squad. That squad for me, Osborne has taken 4 wins this month. Knudsen's had a fourth and a fifth. Vinks had a second. Safrazadis had a fourth and 2 fifths. They all climb well. But last time we were on this course in California, Pedersen took the win from Knudsen, Safrazadi, Skierski and Vujasin. So anything could happen. Team Abus, Tugels, Skierski, Van Elsen, Power. Team Scandi Racing, Andreas and Dane, Pedersen and Dont. I can't see anybody beating Boss Moves Only today, but Rick Van Erck is in category 1. I tell you, anything could happen, and Rick Van Erck is a star, teamed up with Jesse Langevin and Nathan Guerra today.
I think it's a great squad, and we do say this. There's one thing you can count on, that our cameras will go to Rick Van Erck on a climb.
Yes.
It is guaranteed. So still smiling, even though he's moved up in at 2.
Congratulations.
The pond does not get any bigger to be a big fish in than this one.
No.
Because this is category 1, the elite riders in here. Michael Knudsen has proven that he is well and truly one of the founding members of the elite club that is category 1.
He's done it, you know.
He's on his, he's done it with space 16 seconds clear. And now Michael Knudsen has to make a call here. I think this is a brilliant move because, to be honest, Michael Knudsen now just tap away, see what he gets, see where they are, see what happens. He's not going to get chased down by his teammates. It's taking the pressure off. Osborne doesn't need to chase. Fink doesn't need to chase. Safazadi doesn't need to chase. They can just sit there and go, well, why would we chase? We're not going to do any effort here. You guys better get your finger out. You want to bring you back, because if you want to let Knudsen get much more time than that, you're a braver man than me.
Well, yeah, Knudsen, Dont, Vujasin, Panizza and Skierski, the top 5. Rick Van Erck going through in the top 10. But it was indeed Knudsen who led them through 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Sebastian Havo led through category 2. Adrian Maroka led through category 3. Eben Svart led through category 4. Category 5, Christoph Lasno. And category 6 was Ola Warren.
And as you can see from those times, very similar times actually across all of those race fields, maybe not as spread as we would expect. A steady start by a number of categories. In fact, with category 3 going faster than category 2 in terms of the first rider to get to the checkpoint. Now,
Knudsen back in the fold.
Yeah. Don't let him go. Didn't happen. They didn't let him go. It didn't happen. He didn't go down the road. It's been brought back in. Lionel Vujasin, one of our real key riders when we talk about people who've founded members of that sort of elite level of rider on the Sunday race. Well, Lionel Vujasin is right up there in terms of cycling esports, isn't he?
Yes, and resplendent in the Alpha Jaw kit today. So that team, you know, it is a team that have been together a very long time, and they are so strong. Vujasin, Kaminsky and Jones today. We're going to drop in with category 5 at the 18.4 kilometre marker. They're coming for the top of Mount Ominum, and look, it's another sprint. I mean, the pack are stretched down the road. You can see that on the top right-hand corner, but Tavi Matilla, Dieter Zimmermann, Cadabona, Lasno are all fighting here, and Tavi Matilla is going to go under Zimmermann and Cadabona, so close together. And Lasno, the green jersey, in 4th place.
So category 5 go over the top of the climb. Let's go over the top of the climb. Tavi Matilla leading over a ever-increasing block of riders. 42 riders in the leading group to go over the top of the climb in category 5. In category 6, as they went over the top of the climb, we saw Simon Padzel clear at the front. He stayed clear. He was 5 seconds clear of 26 chasing riders in category 6. We're back in with category 2 at the moment. Sorry, just having to do a studio rearrange because my papers were blinding Emma.
It was the light that was bouncing off them. Couldn't see a thing. No, don't do it deliberately now. Well, category 2 are on your screen. They are on the climb at the moment, and just taking a look, we've got a group clear at the moment, and a strong group clear. So 7 riders clear at the moment, around 20 seconds. Machado, SS, Ramirez, Havo, Trujillo, Krasnich, all in that group. Kaplinski is there as well, just hanging off the back. On the right-hand side of your screen, they are 150 metres the gap. Betty is leading the charge with Lewis to try and close this down. Giselle, Betty on your screen at the moment, the Brazilian rider. Strong rider in category 2, always in the mix, always, part and parcel of the strategy and tactics of the play out of the category 2 race. And at the moment, he's on the front, chasing the 7 rider lead group that are 13 seconds up the road.
Giselle Betty with 7 wins to his name, 5 second places, 4 third places. He's a rider who, we said last week, you don't see him until he needs to be there. Really, really smart in terms of energy conservation, but also about not coming to people's notice. You don't want to be getting people watching you. You want to just come out when you have to. Really is, he's a stealth rider.
Well, doing great work at the moment and closing the gap down. Now down to 10 seconds. The gap here. Betty, Kumbra, Lewis, Simmons also in the mix. Jan Yazbek is there as well. Olivier Simmons on your screen at the moment. Up and out the saddle, you can see he's working hard. Simmons, another one of the riders in category 2, who's fabulous to watch, the rider from Belgium. Joel Lewis is in there too. These riders doing some great work here, determined to pull this back.
Well, it's such a dangerous group to go off the front. Why? I'm surprised they let them go that far, to be fair. Let's go across to category 4 as we go in with Blase Yanni at the moment ahead of Reinheimer. Looks like the chasing group being an Italian duo coming through. Followed, in fact, it's going to be a real mix because there's still a lot of riders close by. It's fracturing, and we're now in this final run to the polka dot banner. You can see top right hand side of your screen, it's around this left slight turn and then a full 180-degree horseshoe to take us around into the banner at 18.6 kilometers. At the moment, Giuliano is clear, but last week's KOM winner Stefano Ronchetti, or Ronchetti, depending on how you want to pronounce it, on his way in towards the top, and he's got him at 2 seconds. Will he do enough here? He's got to keep pushing. Mika Rusumaki will keep pushing because we know Rusumaki, I think, is one of those riders who will be right in there when it comes to the finish. He's going to be in there at Spring Road, and I suspect he'll be right in at the finish. They go underneath the banner. The results are compiled. Our fantastic computer system is going to tell us that at the top of Mount Ominum, it was Ryan Giuliano who took it ahead of Stefano Ronchetti, then Mika Rusumaki, followed by Pisani, Graziani, Libner, Reinheimer, Rimburg. That's a lot of riders, though, in that leading group.
It is Lorium Ipsum and the Pedal Club, the two teams that put the riders through the fastest. But it was indeed a lot of riders who went through. 61 riders still at the front of that Category 4 race. And Giuliano leading them through 29 minutes and 2 seconds to that point in the race. The Category 4 course back in Qualifier 2 in February, 1 hour 35 minutes and 1 second of racing was the winning time in Category 4.
So our leading group in Category 4 going in over the top. They're going to be onto that descent. In fact, they're well onto that descent now as Mohamed Mukhtari is nestled nicely into that group. Good to see Mohamed on our screens once again. Going to be an interesting day, I'm sure, for him. We'll see what he can do today on this course in California. Slightly different view of the pancake. It looks... maybe.
Please tell me that's a flat cola in one of those bottles awaiting for him towards the end of the race.
The original
sugar
great energy drink.
Yeah. Last lap of a mountain bike race, flat Coke.
I must have told the story about being on home moss for the Kellogg's, the classic, the Leeds Classic, and all of the bunch coming through and driving from one side to another. And I had about 10 crates of Coke. And it was the one thing that riders will take off you because it's sealed.
Yes.
And handing up Coke after Coke to Sean Yates at the time, Robert Miller, Alan Piper. It was a who's who of the people who, you can tell I was there by the names I'm giving you. But literally, the depressing thing was they were riding up the climbs in the big chainring that I'd been racing up in my smallest chainring and the big sprocket. And still, I was inside the top 5. And they were riding, casually talking, taking drinks off the side of the road in the big chainring.
Well, Che Harwell on your screen at the moment. Again, another rider choosing to wear that MyWhoosh Championships kit is obviously, zen-like in its motivation for racing. But the Category 3 pack moving, Holweiler in the mix, in a great position. 17.6, they're 1 kilometre out from the top of the climb. And you can see the gradient at 3%, 2%. It's a draftable climb. 28 kilometres an hour, this pack is rolling. So staying in the draft on this climb, a useful strategy. Jussi Palaka is exactly doing that. Palaka on your screens at the moment. Another rider up and out of the saddle, choosing that technique to ride up here. The pack moving strongly. Now, someone at some point is going to come out of the bunch here. And some of the earlier races, 4, 5, and 6, we've seen sprints at the top. But Torres at the moment now taking up the mantle.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out here in Category 3. You're right about speed. I mean, 34 kilometres an hour, it's eminently draftable. Power being more important. And it is that sort of balancing point where it's often regarded, actually, that it's about 8% now. It used to be about 5%, that it was power to weight was more important than aerodynamics, but speeds have increased generally in terms of bike riding. It's true here on MyWhoosh as well. And 8% now is generally the gradient at which the speed is fast enough to draft at still.
Well, Patrick Bloom on your screen at the moment, currently in 4th wheel and moving up strongly, moving up very strongly at the moment, 8 watts per kilo. Wozniak and Termerton now going backwards because Bloom is going forwards. Another rider coming through is Nicole Cansara. That's the rider for the strong racing here, but Bloom, Cansara's been going really well this month, and he's a rider on form, but Bloom is now at 10 watts per kilo. We said it would be a sprint to the finish, and it is indeed. Cansara and Woznos battling it out for 2nd and 3rd, but Patrick Bloom gulps in the air. That hurt. Takes on that polka dot skin suit. Job done, number 1. Tick.
Yeah, Patrick Bloom really riding well there. It's you could see he was sprinting flat out of the saddle, then sat down, and you got that that you get from the legs when you do that. Really, really, it's great to see the insight into the pain cave. So please, if you're racing, do let us join you. Give us the honour of joining you in your pain cave wherever you are out and around the globe. We really do love to see that. And variety is the spice of life, and that's definitely true of pain caves.
Well, Sebastian Havo in green in the Category 2 race. The difference with Havo is he's also got green shorts on, which indicates he's leading the sprint competition. The rest of the riders, black shorts, green jerseys. This gap of it's gone back out again. There's 7 riders who are out front on this Category 2 race. It went down to 10 seconds. The chase group on the right-hand side had pulled them back in, but now it's going out further. It's now just around 20 seconds. The chase group, well, it was Betty, wasn't it, who was on the front of the pack last time. But now, well, the 7 riders going further clear and extending their lead at the 13.4 kilometre marker. They're coming up to Mount Ominum. So that group potentially going to go into that climb with a 20-second gap. And there's some really strong riders in that leading group.
And the Peak Power Racing really playing their cards here out on the front, because they've got 3 riders out of the 7 actually are from Peak Power Racing. So they're going to be working well together.
Well, Ross Fawcett has been working well, I understand, out in Portugal.
Okay.
He's been having a little sunny training camp. So he should have some good miles on his legs.
He came through the downtown LA sprint in 13th position, which, whilst he's not a sprinter, shows that he wants to be in the right place and not miss any kind of move. He's not in this leading group now. That's not disastrous unless this move stays clear. Then I'm going to put this out there that if you want to watch something different, here's Matt's tip for TV watching. TV watching to do other than watching MyWhoosh, of course, is going to be the E3 Harrowbecker, or whatever it's now called, because it has changed its name slightly, from this week gone. Have a watch from about, I want to say 62 kilometers, say 65 kilometers to go. So it's a long watch, but if you want to look at things like brakes going away, things coming together again, and getting your timing right when it comes to which riders you let go up the road or don't, it's an absolutely enthralling watch. Well worth a watch. Some really strong riders. One of the strongest actually coming from one of the UAE team riders who, when you go to the coverage at about 65k, has got an issue. He gets a very fast bike change, but he's at the back of the convoy. I'm not going to tell you where he finishes, but it's a blooming impressive ride, Mr. Vermeesh.
Well, category 2 on your screens at the moment, and the gap still in existence. There's around 250 metres in total at the moment, but Ramirez, SS, Machado, Havo, Trujillo doing a great job on the front. The Category 1 race, we've also got 2 riders out on the front, and Christoph Kroll and Mikel Plantero have decided enough is enough. Let's get rolling. Well, Kroll from the Wenger boys, Plantero in there as well, the rider from the Farmwatt squad. So those 2 squads deciding, right, come on, let's go. Kaminsky and Osborne doing the chasing down, and Zach Nair putting in a big kick here. Nair getting on the back and into the mix. Great racing, great form Zach Nair has at the moment. Being Mikhail Kaminsky on your screen at the moment. Another rider resplendent in that Alpha Jaw kit, and those Alpha Jaw riders looking in the hunt for the team competition this month as well, I think, for Yasin, Kaminsky and Jones. Kaminsky in the in the pack where he needs to be. Yasin, his teammate, right close by. Ollie Jones is in there as well. They're all sort of 20th to 30th in that group at the moment, which tells you just how big that pack is. They are indeed bringing back the rider. Behind there is Ollie Jones, the 3rd member of that Alpha Jaw crew. Jones has had 2 second places and a 4th place this month. He really is a rider on form, and has won a big race outdoors in New Zealand as well.
Absolutely class rider.
So what a March.
It's not bad. March is quite a good month, I think, for a lot of people.
Well, spring-like, but it's not really spring-like, is it, in New Zealand?
It's autumnal.
It's autumnal.
So maybe it's just been the end of a great summer, which is always worrying for everybody else when Jones goes back in. Now, one rider who we know loves this course almost as much as he loves the Belgian course is Matthias van He, resplendent in the Belgian stripes there on top with the MyWhoosh shorts in action already. Definitely a rider to watch on this course here today. Definitely a rider, I think, who could be one of those riders right up at the front. We will see. We will see. It's definitely a course to suit him as we start to see moves going off the front of this.
Jason Osborne.
Yeah, Osborne on the move. Very interesting. 13.2 kilometers covered. This is a long sort of steppy climb. It's a draggy climb all the way up here in a series of steps until you get to the top, actually, of Mount Ominum.
Well, what's interesting is Panizza and Plantero have come back in, and now Zach Nair's gone out front, and Osborne not letting Zach Nair go anywhere. I said Zach Nair had been coming onto some phenomenal form. He had a top 10 last week, and if you watch him and follow him on social media, his form, he has been working so hard and being rewarded with great performances. But I think it's the objective of the work that is important to Nair at the moment, and Osborne not letting him go. Kudos to Nair for keeping the world champion on his toes. Ollie Jones, well, we know he's a rider on form. We've just been talking about him, joining the trio. Now, the rest of the pack in Category 1 have got to watch, because Osborne, Jones and Nair, nobody should let that trio go, because that's a trio who will not come back. Pedersen and Knudsen frantically scrambling to get over the gap.
Well, one of the reasons that there's a move by Knudsen to get across the gap is because you've got Jones go over there, and he knows the danger of Jones. He knows the danger of Nair. He knows that you can't let them go. It'd be very interesting to see how that plays out when you've got these riders up at the front there. Knudsen's going to join them. It means that they've now got strength in depth on that Boss Moves Only squad. You've got Knudsen and you've got Osborne. up at the front of the group.
And 2 riders from the same team in the lead group really gives you a strong position.
And it's leaving them, everybody else is scrambling. It's one long line in category 1. Meanwhile, let's go to category 2 because we are on the climb here of Mount Ominum as we make our way up towards the 18.6 kilometre marker. That is where the summit banner is, where the climb checkpoint is. We have a series of, it's almost chicanes on the way into that full 180-degree right-hand turn that takes us up and through the polka dot archway that signifies the checkpoint at the top of the climb. Really, really key to be there at the front in that leading group, I think, at the moment in terms of not just this climb, but overall, because that gap is still holding at 14 to 15 seconds. It's not coming back. I think there's just too many people behind, all waiting, and category 2 starting to fall into this trap a little bit, I think, where because everybody is so strong, you know that you do too much work, you are at a massive disadvantage. Nobody's got the capacity to do all of the work and still be in contention at the end because it's just so tight up the front.
It has been really interesting, hasn't it, over the last few weeks, because there's been breakaways in category 2 every week. And there is that move. Do you chase? Do you wait? Do you sit in the pack and hope the pack chases for you? How do you play it out? And it's really interesting to see just Betty, the rider, leading the charge again behind. It's the gap is now down to around 10 seconds. They are bringing them back on the climb, but Betty doing a lot of the work again. We know he's one of the strong riders who is normally in it at the end, at the finale, but he is doing the work here. And SS and Trujillo are battling for the banner. They want the polka dots. Krasnich, Ramirez, Kaplinski. I think this is going to come back together potentially. But Havo, who's on the back of this group now, it's some distance actually to SS and Trujillo on the front, 15 seconds.
So Havo going absorbed by the group at 15 seconds. He went backwards rather than the group coming back to the lead here because Trujillo and SS go through a good 15, if not 20 seconds ahead of the main peloton here going over the top. So SS getting 5 points, Trujillo getting 4, Krasnich gets 3, Machado gets 2, Ramirez gets 1, Kaplinski goes through. And the time gap from SS and Trujillo, it's 6 seconds to Krasnich, 8 seconds to Machado, Ramirez and Kaplinski, with the bunch at 21 seconds. Led over the top by Rodrigo Coimbra. 7th position, but a long way down and part of a huge bunch.
55 riders in the chasing group, so 6 riders still clear.
That's category 2. Let's move across from the green to the yellow. Well, with the exception of Mr. Nussen, the rider we're in with, who's got the green skin suit, sprint leader.
Osborne and Nair back into the fold, but we have riders off the back of the group now, not off the front of the group.
It says so much when you've got such quality riders. Masicki, Kikirski, Nico, Mayer, distanced by this bunch on the front. It's in part because we're onto the climb at 17.1k, but it's also because we've been climbing since 12 kilometers, 11.5 kilometers into this race. We're going to move across from the main screen to the very well medal bedecked screen in the background behind Pavel Skierski. And I have to say, I do like the fact that there is an ironing board at the side of Pavel Skierski. He used it in combination to keep his clothes uncreased, but also to use it as a shelf as well.
I know. I think it's Brittany Lytton I've seen in the women's race use an ironing board.
Well, it's perfect on it. It's a folding table by another name.
Yeah, but it can also be a bit rickety.
I'm not sure how old your ironing boards were.
I can't remember the last time I ironed anything.
I have a policy never ironing anything.
Do you not?
No.
Well, there you go.
No, it's a waste of energy, and energy conservation is key, as you can say.
Well, Rick Van Erck is still in this category 1 leading group doing the business. Syed Safrazadi, Noel Pedersen, Lionel Vujasin and Michael Vink all in there as well. Concayan is in the group 2, and this group rolling strongly at the 17.6 kilometre marker. They're 1,000 metres from the top of Mount Ominum.
Emma, I need to interrupt you. We're on a climb. We're in with Rick Van Erck. Is he going to come on camera? I don't know. But we are on a climb. And I tell you what, he's doing really good. He's on a ride here today. 17th, 17th position, nicely tucked into the group with Rick Van Erck at the moment. What a way to make a debut up in here. I'm so impressed. So impressed. In fact, there he is. He's on camera because we're on a climb, but he's in some amazing company. Lionel Vujacin, Mikhail Kaminsky, Ollie Jones, Pavel Skierski, and Rick Van Erck on camera.
So the riders up and out the saddle, they are all dancing on those pedals. Only Rick has time to wave because at the moment there's a big push on the front at 18.1 kilometres. The Category 1 race is heading towards that polka dot banner at Mount Ominum. Confession, Van Erck, Van He, Pedersen, Flubus, but it's Jason Osborne, the world champion, who's gone clear at the front. He wants to exchange that rainbow bands for a polka dot skin suit today. I bet he'd like a yellow one as well. Bjorn Andreas, and also an ex-world champion in second place at the moment. Christoph Flubus, Kel Power, Stefan Van Elst, Panizza, all there on this climb. They've got to swing around these corners to get to that polka dot banner, but Jason Osborne is 4 seconds clear.
So Osborne's going to take away maximum points, 5 points as he goes over the top with Andreasen taking 4 points in second place. It's going to be Don, Vujacin and Jones if they stay in that order to go over the line. We'll confirm that for you very shortly indeed. But that acceleration by Osborne has left a number of people being distanced in the last few meters of the climb from that group. We'll have to wait to find out who they are. Let's just bring you very briefly the checkpoint winners across all of our 6 categories. Patzel in 6, Mattila in 5, Giuliano in 4, Bloom in 3, SS in 2, and Category 1 checkpoint winner Osborne, Jason Osborne of the Boss Moose Only squad. You can see that all in time order now. The racing really settling up to an expected spread of times as they go in over the top. The slick roads going over the top at the moment. The bunch not having to worry about that. They come back together again. Osborne is back in. So the front have been collected. The question is, those riders who are distanced over the top, can they get back on? They need to charge. They need to charge down fast.
Well, they do indeed. 28 riders in the leading group at the moment. Godarsky, Langevin, Guerra and Mel are the riders who have been distanced off the back of the group. We drop in with Category 2, Jakob Björklund on your screen at the moment. The Swedish riders, all the Swedish championships were this week. The Cycling Esports Championships, absolutely brilliant. And no spoilers, have a look. Do take a look at that and I'll tell you all about it next week.
Yeah, you're going to get a week's grace
to watch it
before we talk about it.
There was some great racing and some great results.
We actually do have a lot of policies that we follow, but that could be a policy that we don't give any spoilers for at least 1 week, just in case people can watch it. So people can watch it on the way through. Although with social media these days, you've got to be sort of living under a non-Wi-Fi'd rock.
Yeah, well, nothing wrong with that. Jamie Cahill on your screen at the moment. He is in this Category 2 pack, strong rider. Number of other strong riders in this group. They're coming up to the 23-kilometre marker. They're on that transition between Mount Ominum and Spring Road climb. There's another small climb along the way, but this section for me really is, other than the final climb, the main section of headwind on the course.
Yes. Well, you're not wrong. You're correct.
I am. The leading group of what was 7 riders in this Category 2 race now down to 4. The rest of the riders now back in the pack. So 4 riders clear at 12 seconds. The rest of the group chasing, being led by X100. Jan Yazbek is in there as well. I think we're going to see these 2 groups come back together again. They might be out for 12, 13 seconds. But I think by the time we get to that Spring Road climb and we're halfway up it, these groups will be merged.
Okay. You're
not sure you agree, are you?
No, I don't.
That's fine.
No, I don't. I think there'll be at least 2 riders in the front group who's still in front.
Well, we shall see what happens. See whose prediction is correct. Jan Yazbek will want the groups to be merged.
He will indeed. And I've got to say, Jan Yazbek, I said it last week, I'm saying it again this week. Great background. So I'm going to say great background to the Pain Cave. Now, back in with this group, in with the bunch on its way up. This little bit of a riser here, this little bit of a kick. They're on their way in to a Warspring Road climb. Meanwhile, at 36.2k, this is the front of the race at the top of the Spring Road climb, or almost at the top of the climb, because this climb tops out at 36.9. There is a Twin Peaks summit, but it's not huge up at the top before you drop back down again. It's a very similar profile on the way down as it is up at that run down. This could be two for the price of one in terms of checkpoint prices, because the Spring Road climb is followed by that big descent and then a quick run to the 45.5 kilometer mark, and that is where the Spring Road sprint is as well. Kubiak has 40 seconds. I'm going to say that again. Kubiak has 40 seconds. It was then. It's now down at 25 on our screens. It's yo-yoing a little bit, but whichever number that is, I don't care, because it's big enough that if Kubiak pushes, he's not only going to take what looks to be an almost certain 5 points for the climb checkpoint, but he's going to go down and take away the final sprint points in terms of the win. But he's got to keep pushing. Padzel and Motman, Smithson, Fasia, Gacek behind in a big group, big enough to be able to drive on through if they keep that power going down. Through underneath the archway is going to be our first rider. Gregor Kubiak is going to be the rider who collects those points. Padzel is pushing for second place because he wants to take back the polka dot skin suit that's been temporarily taken from him by Kubiak. Padzel pushes. This is going to bring that gap down a little bit. Gibson, Smithson, Atruba, Fasia, Mangino all behind in that group. It's a huge pack of riders. We'll get an idea of exactly how many there are when they come up over the top of that Spring Road line. Kubiak came through. The time gap on the summit, 23 seconds to Padzel, 26 seconds to Smithson, who goes through in third place, with Gibson in fourth and a Truba in fifth. It's at least 11 riders strong in that chasing group behind. Going to just keep an eye on that to see what goes through. At the moment, the chasing group is Smithson, with Padzel just in front of them. So Padzel, Smithson, Gibson, Atruba, Fasia, Mangino, Sendrick, Gacek, Motmans, German, and Schwantz.
Yes. Kubiak, 15th participation on the Sunday Race Club. Not yet made the top 5. His best performance is 8th on Bhutan, which is a really steep climb. So great to see him really getting the Sunday Race Club under his wings and really having learnt his craft. So absolutely brilliant. Category 2, the call comes for some help at the front. So X100 asks Peter Milostic for some help. Let's work together, he says, and Rasmus Hammer coming up onto the wheel as well. So the call has come to have some help to bring back the 3 riders on the front here. The gap now 3 seconds.
To bring back or to bridge across to?
Oh, good question.
I think Miss X100 does not want to bring back SS. I think he wants to bridge across too. They've seen how fast this climb can be taken. They know the advantage of having draft. And by not having SS and Miss X100 together, they can't utilize some team tactics here. SS, I think, is coming across here to give Miss X100 to give SS a hand out here, because SS is the climber. He's the rider who's got who's taken all those climbs jerseys. And I think here, having those groups together, you really have got some strength in depth. Milostic has got a phenomenal kick. So does Machado. You don't want to take those to the sprint finish, but you want to get over the top of the climb. And this is going to be critical here. SS continues to push, but I think they need this group to work together. The bunch is behind, and it's a bit like Jaws at the moment. Don't do the Jaws music. You've proven you can't. On the show repeatedly.
That's so funny.
It's true, but it is like Jaws. It's like, looking off the back of the boat in Jaws, and you see the shark coming and go, I think we need a bigger boat. Well, I think they need a bigger gap, because Josiah Betty's about to bridge across here. Travis Barrett is on his way, so is Tatu Koistonen. They're going to make the junction. I'm going to be proved wrong here, because they are going to all come back together again. Nobody's going to have broken clear from the leading group. And it looks like Jasbeck, Betty, Barrett, Koistonen, and Co are going to make the junction here. Gillo's going to lead them up to the back wheel of Rasmus Hammer. The junction is made. Two groups become one. But, and it's a big, big but, they have work to do to stay clear of riders even further back. And more importantly, there are points up at the top for the mountains competition, and that comes at at the 36k mark. So I think once they get over the top of this drop down, those people who've been climbing well will want to kick again. I think this is really, really interesting. You've got this group come back together. I would have let that little group go. If I was SS and Mr. X100, I would have been trying to let that group stay out there longer to the foot of Spring Road Climb, not get caught on that little precursor.
Well, interestingly, it's less than 2 kilometres between Category 1 and Category 2 at the moment. They are around that 26 to 27 kilometres marker. A little further up the road, in fact, at 40.2 kilometres is where Category 6 is. They were the first riders out of the pen today. And it's a nice group of chase. I think it's a nice group here. 11 riders at the moment. Kubiak is still clear by 9 seconds, but this is the chase group, and they are chasing that rider on this downhill section at the moment. So they are on the descent as they are moving on. But interesting moves.
Yeah, they've taken that gap down. It's about a third of the gap that it was going over the top. It was 23 seconds. It's down to 8. I think you can see that coming down. Kubiak just needs to hold on, but he's got to hold on to the 45.5k marker. And I think they're coming back fast. Really interesting to see. It's quite nice to see as somebody who is not the lightest climber in the world, a climber having a hard time. Sorry, Simon, but Simon, one of our lightweight climbers here, really having to fight.
So do you know how hard this is?
To get onto the back here.
Honestly, it really, really is tricky because there is that benefit going up, but it's not a benefit going down. And you find yourself working so hard on the flat or the descent to stay with the group. And you think, what? How can this be? But it is, because it's not all about watts per kilo.
No, it's about CDA, aerodynamic drag, and it's about pure power. It's about those pure watts. Power is more important than watts per kilo.
I'm so pleased that the CEL League on Tuesday is going to Montreal, where the climbs are 15%.
Yes, not something for anybody who benefits on the downhills. 50%. Yeah, if you are not down, if you haven't looked, if you haven't checked, the World Championships, the 2026 UCI Cycling Road World Championships are going to Montreal, and MyWhoosh is a UCI cycling esports partner in 2026 as well as 24 and 25 is there already. And in fact, you can ride the circuit. It's part of the GP Montreal circuit that goes in and out of the park. It's a 13 and a bit kilometre circuit. It goes in through the park. You will be doing it twice on the Cycling Esports
I rode it yesterday.
You rode it yesterday. Give us a quick insight.
You come out of the start. It's about 200 metres before you hit the first climb. The first climb goes to about 13%. Then you descend. You go up the second part of the climb, and that gets to 15% at the top. And then you descend. There's some flat. There's some more climbs. And then just before you get to the finish line at 700 metres, there's another climb and then a flat bit to the finish.
Boom. So there was a quick countdown clock in the background.
It was steep. This is steep as well, and this is the polka dot banner.
It is indeed, and this is Alexander Novosad on his way to take away the maximum points. 5 points up for Alexander. He is clear by 48 seconds. And again, now this is keep pushing. Do not stop pushing if you go over the top with 48 seconds, because you've got that next checkpoint coming. And remember, these are monetary prizes at each of these checkpoints. If you're the first rider in your group going through, this is not for Haribo. This is not for Tiddlywinks or soft toys. This is, well, I once won a soft toy.
Well, I'm just actually looking at Christoph Laszlo in the sprinter's jersey, pushing on here for second in the climbing competition. Cadabona wants to go up and over the top, and this is a sprint. Cadabona went at 12 watts per kilo to come over the top of Laszlo. Yeah, a little bit of a mop of the brow, I think, required there. That was some big work at the top of that climb.
Yeah, we always go to Christos Laszlo in the middle of a sprint. And when we go to him in the bunch, he's looking cool, calm, collected. At the moment, mate, you're looking warm. That was a good sprint, though. And great to see What I love about this course is you can have a rider who can sprint as well as Christoph Lasno, sprinting out the bunch. And we start to see that on these climbs where they're not, maybe it's not the Jebel Yates, the Jebel Hafiz, these big 15K climbs. It's more, I mean, it's real classic style riding here.
Well, and what's interesting is Category 4 are not far behind Category 5. They really have closed down that 5 minutes that was the differential at the start. Ronchetti pushing on here. Pisani in the mix as well. Reichardt there too. Belakov's, but it's a 9-second gap at the moment, and there's a really big push coming on. So moving towards the banner in around 250 metres time. Ronchetti out front at the moment, and Pisani, the rider closest to him, but it's 4 seconds the gap at the moment. The banner coming very, very shortly. They take this right-hand bend and then they'll sight that polka dot banner. There's some big gaps back to the pack in Category 4. Rinborg leading that at the moment, and Garita is there, Belakovs, but they're 13, 14 seconds back from the leaders going through at the moment on the Spring Road climb.
So Stefano Ronchetti goes through over the top. The rider took the mountains competition last time out. He's taken 2 so far. He's got 1 win to his name as well. Is today the day when he turns those climbing abilities to his advantage when we go on that final climb that starts just after the 55K mark, right up to 58.8 at the moment. He's eased off Pisani at the moment in second place, but I suspect that's going to be a big regroup there. Meanwhile, Category 3 on the way up the slope. So at the 35.2 kilometre mark. So heading into the final slopes at the moment.
Yes, and we've got 1 or 2 riders out front here. So Woznos, Torres, Termerton, Lane, Kansara. But I say 1 or 2 riders out front. It's a long, long line of riders. Pulaka is there. We're a little bit further back down the pack, and you can just see it's all about stretch. It's not about a breakaway at the moment, though. Bernard Woznos is doing the business out front at the moment. Jussi Pulaka starting to move up, currently sitting in 8th position. As they start to push towards the top. They've got around, 1.3 kilometres to go until they get to the polka dot banner, and the group's starting to get gaps forming, and that's really what they're going to be trying not to happen.
Yes and no. If you had all your team at the front, you'd be wanting a gap to open, but you want to open behind you.
Yes, not in front.
No gaps in front, gaps behind.
Well, at the moment, Bernard Woznos doing the business here. Ricky Lane chasing hard, actually, and really now starting to motor a little bit, but Woznos setting a really good rhythm and a really good tempo here, just off the front of the pack, and it is really 2-3 seconds. But the group wide across the road behind, no one really looking to push, and as they will have, well, anybody with the feed on will have watched the racing already going through and seen that the polka dot banner really being taken in a sprint.
So Woznos really interested to see that move by him here. He's only got 1 win on the Sunday. He's got a win on the Sunday race. That's 1 win more than me. Second place as well as 2 third places. He's 27 participations. So I suspect Woznos are definitely going to be in the mix as we continue onwards and upwards here at the moment. Patrick Bloom, though, biding his time in that polka dot skin. So I think he's waiting to pop out. He doesn't want to go too early here. As they went over the top of the Mount Ominum climb, there were 57 riders together. It's not 57 now, but it's still a big, long train of riders. And I think for me, Patrick Bloom, you can see him on the left-hand side of your screen, needs to move up just a little bit. There's the danger of the gap going. And equally, he can't watch Kansara, Woznos, Bernard and Termerton from there. If they go, he's going to have work to do to go past everybody. Needs to be just holding a little bit closer to the front. Not got very far to go now. 500 meters to that banner. He needs to be in context. He needs to be in the right place here. Woznos has gone off the front. He scored 3 points on climb number 1. And this is Bernard Woznos's move to try and take away the polka dot skin suit. 300 meters left to go as he comes in. He's got the right hand turn to go. Woznos has gone hard here. Behind Kansara is coming, so is Pulaka, so is Bonnie. But they're not going to come quick enough. They're not going to challenge Woznos for the maximum maximum points here. And Bloom, I think, is scrambling to get any points here. He's going to have to really move towards the end of this line. Woznos comes underneath the checkpoint. That's going to give him 8 points. That means that Bloom needs third or better to hold on to that.
And Kansara needs to stay in second. If Kansara stays in second, and he does, I think he will take the polka dots.
So close. I think they'll be tied on points, will they not? Woznos and Kansara?
Oh.
By my maths, Matt's maths.
Matt's maths is correct.
But so you are correct. It is Kansara who takes the jersey.
Yes. There we go.
And on that note,
Category 3 are all going to come back together. And when I say all going to come back together, that's going to be 57 right. No, hold on a minute.
No, it's not.
It's going to be
35
riders, 34 riders in that leading group.
I know exactly what you did then.
I know.
Easy done.
I'm pleased you did.
Yes, we'll not tell anybody. Just
No,
keep it nobody
our
listened.
secret.
Nobody heard that, did they?
They didn't. No one was listening. Well, Michael Vink on the front of the Category 1 pack, Knudsen, Van Elst, Andreasen and Osborne all paying close attention, coming up to 32 kilometres of racing, 1.2k further up the road. I tell you, Category 1 and catching Category 2. X100 Betty, the two riders at the front of the pack now of Category 2.
Really interested to see Mr. X100 on the front here. SS was the rider that we would be expecting to come in, but I suspect he is waiting for his moment in Category 2. Quick reminder, when they were on our first climb, the Mount Ominum climb, it was SS who took 5 points. Nicholas Trujillo taking 4, James Krasnich taking 3, Mitchell Machado taking 2, and Carlos Ramirez taking 1 point as they came underneath the archway on the first climb. We're on to our second climb now that carries points. We've just seen Category 3 go through. Category 2 still some way off the summit. They're just over 3.2k to the top of the summit. And as Emma said, they're being closed down by the Category 1 pack, but the pack has split asunder at the moment. We have got 15 riders up the road being chased now by Tugel's Power, Nair and Co. So Zach Nair, for all that form at the moment, being distanced, and the front of the group is being stretched apart here because Jason Osborne has made a move onto the wheels of Michael Vink. A quick reminder, Boss Moves Only squad contains a certain Jason Osborne, Michael Vink, along with Michael Knudsen and Said Safrazadi.
Well, Ollie Jones also riding strongly here, and Pavel Skierski joining the 4 riders at the front. Stefan Van Elst leading the charge. One of Yasin putting in a big dig there as well, trying to close that gap down. And Ruben Dont also in the mix on the climb. They're coming up to the 33-kilometre marker. Category 2, that group are all still together. X100 and Gorjank on the front. Betty is there. Giselle Betty has done so much work this race. Lewis Ridley is in the mix as well. Matthias Fromer, who has been sprinting strongly this month, also to the 4 of the pack.
But it's that kind of climb. It's not that steep. It's got a large proportion of it is a tailwind up here, and I think it makes such a difference. We'll go across to Category 5 at the moment at the 45.2k mark. Alexander Novosad has got over the top, as we'd seen. He had a gap. He's held on to that gap. It's 14 seconds back, 15 to the chasing group. So Novosad, who went up and over the top of the Spring Row climb. He had 39 seconds. He took that checkpoint. He's going to go through ahead of Laszlo, who's going to seal his win in the sprint competition here. He was in that sprint at the top of the climb, but that wasn't for sprint points. This is Spring Row sprint. Is done and dusted. Laszlo seals the win in the sprint competition. Novosad has gone through over the top of the climb, looking good. Catabona, though, taking away the climbs competition. But Novosad, 2 checkpoints, so not a bad day at the office.
Well, interestingly, the MPCC team in Category 5 are the first team to put 3 riders through that checkpoint. Lots of the other teams putting 1 or 2 riders through, but that MPCC team, the only team putting 3 riders through. So at that point in the race, Laszlo, Duda and Peta going through Laszlo leading them through, Duda in 14th, Pettit in 17th. They are the first team to put 3 riders through that checkpoint.
And they've been riding strongly as a team almost. So they're there week in, week out as a team, riding as a team. And that is really helping them on the way through. It makes such a difference.
Yeah, interestingly, Category 6 at that point, the team competition still wide open. BMC 6 leading the team competition through. Actually, do you know, I think they are about 2 minutes clear by the look of it, 1.5 minutes clear. Level Titanium, BMC Spinergy, and then Level Steel in the top 4 positions at the moment.
Probably the tightest competition actually is between Level Carbon and Rykel Finland 6 at the moment in that competition. They're a little bit further back down the competition. Category 5, a few more riders going over the top. So just seeing the MPCC team going clear, and they've got that. The Category 4 Spring Road climb, that was at the top of the climb that we last got a check, with a lot of teams still in contention. I'd say there's still about 9 teams in contention in Category 4. Category 3, very similar situation as well.
Well, 300 metres to go till the top of the Spring Road climb in Category 2. And the pack is now really starting to move. Utkin is there, Kalman, King, Fawcett is in the mix as well. Carnier is there, but the pack now swinging around the final few corners until they get to that polka dot banner. They've got a little way to go, but the pack is rolling strong.
So we are currently at 38.8k in Category 2. The banner comes at 36.9k. Final 1,000 meters to go. Making the way up this climb. It's going to be a critical 1,000 meters for SS wearing that polka dot skin suit. Just taking a little bit of a check back at the Mount Ominum climb. Basically, team competition wide open, 12 teams in contention at that point on the Mount Ominum climb, but this is the Spring Road climb. So this a lot further down the road, double the distance underneath the wheels of the riders than we saw previously. There has been riders' distance, and this is going to tell us who is where, not just individually, but in terms of that team competition. Now around 700 meters, 600 meters very shortly to go as they come into this run for the checkpoint. SS on the front here. You can see in that polka dot skin suit, you can just see the power being lifted. 5, 6 watts per kilo just starting to come out. Most of the riders at 4 and a bit. 1 or 2 5. Betty's starting to push here. You can see him on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Fawcett's in the mix, but SS just opening up the gap. He's got that kick. He's gone at 9 watts per kilo. He's very quickly back down again. He has to kick again here because he's not got this. It's not a done deal. 300 meters to go. Those last 1,000 meters were going to be telling, and the power on the front, the pace and the pickup is going to be doing damage at the back of the group. So whilst we see the riders at the front going for glory to get those points, the riders at the back are scrambling to hold the wheel and not lose position, not lose touch with the main group. SS and Mistakes 100 for the UAE clan team are going to 1 and 2 over the top here by the look of it. Betty comes over. He's going to be on his way as well behind Mistakes 100. Very interesting as they go over the top. So absolutely phenomenal. Great kick to move up at the end there. Just getting the team competition coming through as the riders come through in Category 2. At the top of the Spring Road climb, Vuelta Panda came through, and they were 0.552 of a second as a team of 3 ahead of Beast Mode and Friends. Nothing in that at all. And they were 0.1, less than 0.1 of a second ahead of the Hitmen. The Hitmen came through only 13 seconds down. They were 0.8 of a second ahead of the Watt Pigs. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you,
it's close,
is the top 9 teams have come through, and they are within
15 seconds.
15 seconds of each other. And remember that the team time is the fastest 3 riders together. Category 2 is absolutely still up for grabs. Now, let's go in with Category 3 going in to this sprint here. This is our final sprint. And look at this. Raphael Bush, who's ahead of Wasnus. Wasnus is going to come on the side. He could snaffle that there.
Butch has just lost his pedal
twice.
Lost
his pedal on the way through there. Not good news.
No, twice during that sprint, Butcher lost his pedal. But someone not losing their pedal right now is Jason Osborne. But Ollie Jones is absolutely dialing this behind him. They're at the top of the Spring Road climb, and they are battling for this. Jones is not going to let Osborne go. Osborne kicks again at 12 watts per kilo. Jones is going at 9 behind. Skierski and Vink, Knudsen, the three riders that were in the group of 5. Wow. Osborne wants this, and Jones doesn't want to let him go.
He certainly does. Jones definitely doesn't want to let him go. Neither does Skierski or Vink, who are right on their heels. Then it's going to be Knudsen. Then so top 5 riders clear by 11 seconds at the moment. Osborne, Jones, Skierski, Vink and Knudsen. If they reform together, get the band back together again, they have got a good chance of going clear. The problem is, for everybody else, that's 3 out of the 4 riders for the Boss Moves Only squad: Osborne, Vink and Knudsen.
Yes. But, and we'll come back to the but, Jason Osborne leading through Category 1, 55 minutes, 52 seconds. SS led through Category 2. Wasnos led through Category 3, Ronchetti Category 4, Novosad Category 5 and Kubiak Category 6. Now back to Category 1. Jason Osborne led them through, took 5 points. Ollie Jones, Pavel Skierski, Michael Vink and Michael Knudsen, the top 5 riders in the leading group. It was then 15 seconds back to 9 riders. Kaminsky, Vujasin, Van Elst, Andreasen, Pedersen, Paradians, Safrazadi, Plantero and Dont.
It's real. The quandary for the riders behind are how much you chase. If you work on the fact that Boss Moves Only squadron are potentially going to take this team in at the front, do you chase back down if you have a teammate, just one teammate at the front, getting time, giving you an advantage?
Well, at the moment in that team competition, Boss Moves Only in 1. Alpha Draw in 2 are 25 seconds back. They are 17 seconds clear of Team Scandi Racing, who are 11 seconds clear of Team Abus. Those top 4 teams, well, there's still plenty of road for it to change.
There certainly is. Now, I'm going to do a quick rewind even further back. We saw Raphael Buchter come out of his pedal in that sprint up against Bernard Washness, and it was really close, in fact. And the result is that they are actually tied on points in terms of sprints coming in through the 2 sprints. They both got 7 points. Now, Raphael Buchter pulled out of his pedal, and it is one of those things. We saw that Buchter is riding the bike that he rides on the road. On the road, you need to be able to take your foot out of the pedal and get your foot on the floor. But a bit like on the track, what a lot of riders are doing is they're winding up the tension as tight as they can get it. And it is a real top tip, is because they're so adjustable, it's literally Nike. Just make a little note somewhere on your phone or whatever, video it, write it on the wall, put it on a whiteboard, whatever you do. If you're Emma, write it in a notebook. And quite literally, what you need to do is just work out how many more clicks to tighten it up and then to go back to where you were when you tighten or loosen the tension. But if you are riding on cycling esports, you do not need to unclip ever. You take your laces, undo the laces or the ratchets or the bows, whatever they are, and get out of the pedals that way if you have to. But you do not want them unclipping, and it can be really costly. It costs Raphael Buchter the checkpoint from Wasnas. That's, and that is where having a dedicated bike on a smart turbo or a smart trainer, it can make the difference. But there's ways around that. If you don't have that facility, just optimize your setup for when you're racing.
Well, talking about racing, the finish line comes at 58.8 kilometres today. And we've got 6 categories out on the same course, all with separate start times. So they are discrete races in their own right. Category 3 are on your screen at the moment in the light blue.
Dark blue.
Dark blue. Why have I got dark blue anyway? Never mind, we'll talk about that later. Category 3,
Always been
dark
like that.
blue jersey, I know, but on my notes, for some reason, category 5 are in darker blue than category 3. Confusing.
And it's always been that way, just
I
to
know,
confuse
just
you.
confusing.
Keep you on your toes.
I know, well, there we go. And category 3, 4, 5, and 6 on your screen at the moment. Pisani in category 4 doing a great job clear of the group at the moment at the 51.3 kilometre marker. 9 seconds that the rider has at the moment, with, well, coming up for 7 kilometres to go. So can he maintain that, or will the group start to pick up the pace, which I expect they will? The riders who were away first today from the start pen, the category 6 riders, they're at the 56.1 kilometre marker, and we've got 4 riders clear of the rest: Kubiak, Motmans, Fager and Smithson. These 4 riders doing a phenomenal job on this final climb. It's a big gap of over a minute back to the chasers, and that is one big group that you can see on the top right hand corner of the screen.
And I'm just taking a little bit of a check back here. So Kubiak's up, Fager and German were clear of Motmans, Gibson, Sendrak and Gacek. Interestingly, now that reforming of the group has changed the composition of the lead group, and it's really opened up here big style as these riders go in through over the top of the course here. You do have a bumpy climb on the way through. It's enough. It's about 50-meter rise. It's quite steep in between Spring Road climb and the finish.
Well, category 1 have managed to stay clear. The 5 riders that is at the front of category 1: Jones, Osborne, Knudsen, Skierski and Vink. Those 5 riders have stayed clear on the descent of the chase group behind, looking like around 11 or 12 seconds at the moment. They've got the transition with one small climb before they get to the final climb today. It's going to be interesting to see whether they can hold that, but those members of that group, wow, they are all more than capable of staying clear. It all depends on what the chase group are doing, and I say that because if they look at each other too much and expect the other rider to lead the charge, then they will be going nowhere in terms of closing that gap down.
But when you look at that composition, Boss Moves only have 3 riders in the front. So say Safrazadi in that chasing group, he's not going to chase. Alpha Jaw have Jones in that leading group, and you've got to be fairly confident he's going to be up there. And Pavel Skierski's there for Team Abus. So you could potentially knock 3 teams out of the chase here, out of the group behind. And that group behind, it's Alpha Jaw, it's Abus, it's Scandi, Venga Boys, Boss Moves only, Farmers. It's not probably the team with the most to lose is Scandi Racing.
Well, talking about losing at the moment at the 45.2 kilometre marker, that's the green banner of the final sprint for category 2. And at the moment, who is going to win the sprint competition? Sebastian Havo took 5 points from Ramirez, Machedo, Trujillo and Power on sprint number 1. But X100 and Fawcett, Betty and Gorzak are the riders at the front here. So X100 goes underneath the banner and takes 5 points. Ross Fawcett is going to take 4 points. Betty is in there. I think we are going to see 10 different riders in category 2 take points today.
That would be very impressive. I'm just waiting for it to update at the moment. We've certainly got 2 riders on 5 points. That's Havo and Mr. X100. We've got 2 riders on 4, 2 riders on 3, 2 on 2, and 2 on 1. 10 riders, 10 places. But Havo and X100 tied in the sprint competition overall, with the 2 sprints completed and just the finish line checkpoint, our final checkpoint in terms of prize allocation. But we have to get there first. We have to get over that penultimate bump in the road, that 50-meter climb, although it is a tailwind climb. It's quite steep, and then into what is predominantly a headwind climb to the finish.
Yeah, and category 1 now coming up to that same point just around the corner is the sprint banner, and Pavel Skierski and Michael Knudsen, the only 2 riders to score points in sprint 1 in this group. Knudsen taking 5 points that time because he's in the green skin suit. Pavel Skierski taking 1. I can't see Michael Knudsen not going for this. Knudsen and Skierski both launching for the sprint, but Skierski's got to get all the riders in that group between him and Knudsen to take the overall sprint competition, but he can win the checkpoint.
And checkpoints mean prizes. Skirski going through. He'll be taking away that checkpoint prize. Skirski, Nussen, Osborne, Jones, and Fink. Fink needs to keep pushing here because they need this to work. I think the energy that's been expended here by the Boss Moves squad is invested to take it to the finish. And that means that they've invested a lot of energy and they need to keep that going. Let's quickly jump in to our checkpoint winners. You can see Skirski, Mistex 100, Wasnas, Rocker, Novosad, and Kubiak, the checkpoint winners of the final sprint on Spring Road. The Spring Road sprint winners, they take away those prizes. You can catch up with all of the results, of course, on MyWhoosh.com and on MyWhooshinfo.com.
Category 1, I'll tell you, it's only a 12-second gap still back to a chase group of 9 riders. So 5 riders clear, 12 seconds, 9 riders chasing. It is still 14 riders within 12 seconds of each other in Category 1.
Well, Category 1, the last riders to leave their pen on their way, heading towards the final, what is 13K, just gone through that checkpoint at 45.5 kilometres. Got to get to 58.8, and the nearest riders within 1,000 metres of the finish is the leaders of Category 6 on the right-hand side of your screen. A little bit further back at 55.8, which is now 55.9, so just about 3K out from the summit finish is Category 5, and the Category 5 leaders led by Eric Lekvi, ahead of Brown, Peda, Pence, Theme, Escobar, and Go Lasno. Dangerously for this group, still in the mix, and we've seen him sprint away from the group in the last few meters. That's a man that it's dangerous to tow into any kind of race. Finishes there in that green skin suit. Meanwhile, the right-hand side of your screen, you can just see Jonathan Fager along with Matt Smithson and Kevin Motmans. They are chasing Kubiak, who's the solo leader. Great shot here. In fact, Kubiak with that black helmet, solo on the front. Fager, Smithson and Motmans behind, chasing the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That's Category 6. Category 5, the breaker, the moment coming in from Eric Lalefa on the final climb now. Clear of Buamur, of Pens, of Lasno, of Braun. It's only a few seconds. Top right-hand side of your screen, you can see Pisani, who is right on the front of the climb, really in contention. He's clear at the moment by 15 or so seconds from the riders behind, and really working well at the moment on the climb. And Category 3, top left-hand side of your screen, they're on the run in towards that final climb. They've not quite reached that point yet.
Yeah, well, there's a real battle going on in Category 6. And on the top right-hand corner of the screen and their screen, they can see the finish line. There's a number of corners to get there. But Kubiak, Motman, Smithson and Fager, 3 seconds separating these 4 riders as they battle towards the finish line today in Category 6. Matt Smithson putting in a big dig at the moment to get back onto Kevin Motman's wheel. Jonathan Fager, the rider who needs to dig now to get back into the bunch, just coming around the corner. Matt's shaking his head. He doesn't think it's possible. No. Smithson kicks again. He really doesn't want to be let out of this.
So Smithson making that move, coming across. I think he got his timing absolutely perfect there. Fager would have had to go at the same time. Smithson comes over the top of Motmans and Kubiak. Kubiak, who'd been on the front, working hard. Remember, he got that break over the top of the climb. He's distance now. He's at 2 seconds. Motmans, as they come around the left-hand turn, has been pushed back as well. Smithson now 3 seconds clear. Matt Smithson clearly being inspired by the classics. He's putting out a classic performance on the summit finish here. He's going to go under the banner first. It's the monthly final on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Race winner, Matt Smithson in Category 6.
Well, it's his second win on the Sunday Race Club wearing yellow. Matt Smithson takes the win from... sorry, I was just watching that. From Kevin Motmans and Gregor's Kubiak in third.
So Kubiak taking away the green skin suit as our sprint winner. Coming through the teams finishing BMC having a rider over the line, Quo Vadis, and Level Titanium with a rider over the line. In fact, they've now going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Vega coming through the Level Titanium rider in 4th place in Category 6. So, Smithson, Motmans, Kubiak and Vega so far, Category 6. Category 5 now at 57.2 kilometres covered. They're well ahead of Category 2, who are on the right-hand side. Mistakes 100 leading at the moment as they come over this rise at the 50-kilometre marker. So just coming over the top of that penultimate climb in the lead. And the gap at the moment is quite substantial, but I think that's to do with the speed and the computation of time gap rather than a clear time gap between them. Shows you how clear the leaders were in Category 6 there. Great timing, and that is a real thing for the riders who are out racing to watch. You saw Smithson's timing there. He had the timing and the power to come around at the right time. Kubiak and Motmans couldn't maintain a fast enough pace to not be passed. And we're just seeing the rest of the riders coming in now. Gacek, Padzel, Senderick, Gibson.
But also you saw Smithson wait until the headwind shifted.
Yes.
He was on a wheel until that headwind left, and then he went.
It's just real textbook stuff. Really, really, really knowing how to ride and doing your homework on the course and where's the headwind, where's the tailwind, when does it kick in? Really, really critical. Now, in with Category 5, they are on their way. They are now currently just under 1,200 meters to the finish. We've got a race situation where we have got 3 riders up ahead once again. This is the chasing group at the moment. Riders are Laszlo, Savic, Escobar, Braun, and co. The polka dot skin suit of Cadabona now starting to make his way up towards the chasing group. The problem that they've got, the leaders at the moment are just ahead, and this is going to be a real desperate chase. It looks like Laszlo has been distanced here, but Pens, Peda, and Lekfa are ahead 7 seconds. These are the leading 3 riders on your screen right now. 5 seconds back to Duda. You can see the gap on your screen. It doesn't look much. The problem is you're on a 9% climb.
Yeah, with 1 kilometre to go, 900 metres now, and Peta, Pens and Lekva, Duda at 4 seconds and coming in hot at the moment. Sebastian Duda doing a phenomenal job at bringing the rest of this pack back. Felix Reimer, Christian Braun, Sebastian Escobar in here as well. The headwind now shifts in these final 850 meters. This is the time to attack if you're going to. This is the time to try and stay clear right now as they drive towards the finish line.
So Category 5 just ahead of Category 4 with Pisani, the leader in that race. 3 seconds clear of the polka dot skin suit who's coming up hard on his heels. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. There will be the next group behind Category 5 to get to the finish. But Category 5, right-hand side of your screen, Junior Pens at the moment has got 4 seconds on the chasing group behind, and they are switching places at the moment as they come through because Eric Lekva has gone over the top of Lucas Peda. Sebastian Duda's about 4 seconds further back, and I think he's now going to be out of this. It's a long line of Category 5 riders. Category 6, the lead has changed. Category 4, Pisani has exchanged the lead with Ronchetti. Ronchetti's gone up to the 4, but Category 5 now are absolutely dialing this. They got still a way to go, 500 meters, and it's not the easiest 500 meters to go. You still got that hairpin turn where we saw Smithson make the move. Peda goes up now. He comes across, so does Pens, and this is going to be interesting. Who's going to take this? Pens is in the lead. Look at this. This is the gap. This is where you need to make that move. You got that left-hand turn coming up. What's going to happen? It's holding at 6. Surely Junior Pens has done enough here to take away the race win. He's got the gap. He's increasing it. He's timed this to perfection. He's going to be able to enjoy, if that's the right word, the last few meters of this climb because he's got the time gap. They're at 7 watts per kilo behind, trying to close the gap down, but they're going to be fighting for second place behind a Junior Pens, who comes round the right-hand turn. He sees the banner. Category 5 on the monthly final on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Junior Pens takes race victory. He has exploded all the way to that finish. He took that a real explosive kick behind him. The run for the line. Eric Leifler takes second place and Lucas Petter takes third. Meanwhile, on the climb,
Category 4
on the way in. Now, there's been some big changes behind because Pisani was leading this race up until a few seconds ago. Zeno Pisani now into 6th place, 9 seconds down. And it looks like the man who took away the climb jersey last week, he's got the climber's jersey this week, is going to lead this into our final bends. Stefano Ronchetti is on the front. It looks like Charles Leclerc is going to be the rider who goes behind him. Marvin Angarita, along with Diego Ponzi, are coming. Ryan Giuliano, we know, has got a good kick. So has Angarita, but they've got to get the timing right. And have they left it too little too late? Stefano is over the top. So Stefano Ronchetti leading this out. 3 seconds clear. They're going to come around the bend. It's going to be Ronchetti. He's going to take the win here. So he goes through, taking the race win behind the sprint unfolds. Marvin Angarita takes that. Marvin Angarita, I think, from Burlo. We're going to get that confirmed for us on the screens. Stefano Ronchetti in 1, Marvin Angarita in 2, Nicolai Bullo in 3, Charles Lecay in 4, Diego Ponzi in 5, Wilson Velado in 6, Ryan Giuliano in 7, Oleg Kochkov in 8, Baptiste Gales in 9th, and it's going to be Felipe Reichert rounding out the top 10.
And I can tell you, Pedal Club are going to take the win in that Category 4 team competition, with Marvin Angarita leading them home in 2nd place, Ryan Giuliano in 7th, and Oleg Kochkov in 8th, ahead of Level Golden 4.
Level Golden 4 coming in ahead of Level Golden 4 Team 2. So Team 1 and Team 2 both in over the line to the 2nd and 3rd places on the podium. Category 5, MPCC team taking the win from Level Raiders. In Category 6, BMC 6 ahead of Level Titanium, BMC Spinergy, and Level Steel.
Well, there's 700 metres to go in the Category 3 race now as they're coming towards the top of the climb, and it's a good-sized group mixed with some of the Category 4 riders, but there's still a significant number of riders in there, 6 riders in that leading group.
So 6 riders in the lead group. The chase coming from Juan Rios at the moment. Juan Pablo Valero Rios, the rider trying to close the gap down, but they're not surely going to close down on Ronan Ricot, who's pushing hard here. Torres on his wheel, though.
Yeah, and Category 1 leaders have caught the Category 2 pack. So the leaders in Category 1 and Category 2 all mixed together at the base of the climb.
I'm going to put you an ice cream. I'll give you an ice cream if any Category 2 rider can stay with the Category 1 leaders.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen. You've got the world's best in there. Okay, let's dive in with Category 3. Let's watch this unfold on our screens here. One of the great joys of cycling esports. You get so much information. We can see that Ricot at the moment doing 7.5 watts per kilo at the front. So Ricot at the moment leading this out for France. Nuno Torres at the moment in 2nd place. Milan Termerton from the Netherlands in 3rd. It looks like Wozniak's being dropped down into 4th place at the moment. Ritter in 5, but the gaps are not huge here. It's going to come down to the sprint. Ricot is pushing, but he's going to get jumped on the line. Nuno Torres is going to surely come through and take that. It's Nuno Torres who times it to perfection. The Portuguese rider takes the win ahead of Frenchman Ronan Ricot. Bernard Wozniak comes through in 3rd place. He takes away the sprint and the climbs competition, but Nuno Torres with the win coming through. He's going to be the leading counter for the Cycling District Alpha team. But
first win.
Nice win there, Nuno Torres, taking his first win. I'm going to be really interested to see what the Cycling District Alpha team do. They are still in with a chance of a prize, but in terms of the team competition in Category 3, What's Up have taken it from the what looks to be the Dream Chasers in 2nd place. And these are provisional results because they're still updating, with Peak Power Racing in 3 and Level Racing 3 behind. TBC in 5th place and BMC 6 in 6th place at the moment. So still unfolding as we speak, live as we come to you here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, as the Category 1 leaders start to stretch their legs clear of the Category 2 leaders.
Yes, and interestingly here, X100, Froma and Itkin or Utkin, should I say, who were the riders clear at the front of Category 2 by a handful of seconds, are now with the leading group in Category 1. You can see the chasing group in Category 2 behind, and I think you'll find Michael Knudsen is still in that group. He's not been able to go with Osborne, who is 11 seconds up the road. Then we've got Jones, Skierski, and Vink together. And then Knudsen in the group behind. We're currently in with Skierski and Jones. Vink just slightly ahead. Osborne a little further up the road as well. So this is going to be an interesting finale now, as this leading group of 5 in the Category 1 race are starting to split.
They are, and Vicky's not going to have the advantage of sitting behind his team leader, Jason Osborne, the current world champion, the current wearer of the polka dot skin suit on the left-hand side of your screen, fastest man on the road today, and looking to set that fastest time here today. He's certainly doing it the right way. 7 seconds clear of Michael Vink, the man who's in second position, his teammate, and the chase behind. Well, it's coming, but it's as much about team positions now as it is about individual positions in Category 1 as they race up towards the line. Category 2 are scattered behind them in a long train of riders as we speak. But we have got riders still almost able to hold the wheels here. Some of the Category 1 riders, and that certainly looks like Mikhail Utkin is utilising that to his advantage. So is Matthias Frommer, the Category 2 climbers at the moment, doing a great job of staying with the Category 1 chasers.
Yes, and there's less than 2 kilometres now to go, and I'm just, if you're noticing the riders coming down the hill on the other side, it's a turnaround at the top, so riders recovering from their races on the descent, watching the Category 2 and Category 1 race unfold as they warm down. Matthias Frommer, the rider we've seen sprint for the win before in Category 2, doing the business here on the climb today. Strong rider. Mikhail Utkin in second, X100 in third. X100 now on Michael Knudsen's wheel. Knudsen pushing on in this Category 1 race, currently in 5th place. He's in the green skin suit, but don't mistake him for a Category 2 rider. He is 5th in the Category 1 race. And Pavel Skierski just 4 seconds ahead of him. I think Knudsen is giving chase here.
I think it's just the thing when you get to a climb, it's almost a time trial. It's just about what you can put down. Very difficult. You know, even the fastest riders in the world here are doing 26 kilometers an hour on here on this section of the climb, which is at this stage 5%. And that's not, you're not going to get a huge amount of drafts. You look at Jason Osborne, he's on that 8% section. He's now at 20k an hour. You know, it's not, you're going to get a little bit of drop, but it's not a huge amount. So it becomes literally about what you can do, your pacing, the ability to go to your limit, but not beyond your limit. Because if you go in the red, you are going to lose not just seconds, but you're going to lose minutes on here.
Well,
that you cannot afford to go too deep, but you've got to go deep enough.
Well, Jason Osborne knows exactly how far he can push. He's got 900 metres to go in the race, currently clocking at around 7 watts per kilo. Now starts to pick it up again as he moves towards the finish line. The race, however, is on behind. Michael Vinkin, too, is 10 seconds clear of Skierski and Jones. These two riders, Pavel Skierski and Ollie Jones, on your screen, locked together. Their avatars are here. With the leader of Category 2, Matthias Frommer, he's in the green skin suit. Pavel Skierski ahead of him, Ollie Jones behind him, Michael Knudsen at 7 seconds behind.
So the moment from leading Category 2 mixed in with the leaders in Category 1. Remember, all 6 categories doing the same course here today, battling it out around the roads of California, roads that you can ride on MyWhoosh. You get on board. No subscription fee, no fee at all. It is all about getting people on bikes, out and riding, and making sure that you can do that whatever the weather, whatever the conditions. You can do it from the comfort at home. You don't need to travel to do it. Just jump on board MyWhoosh, download the app and get on board. We'd love to see you racing. Remember, we kick off next month with our first qualifier next Sunday. You could be there. Get on board. And don't forget, if you fancy your racing in the week, Cycling Esports League finale is coming to you through the week as well on Tuesday. Montreal, if you didn't know already. One man who I know would be loving to be racing, that would be Jason Osborne. He's going to take away another win here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Jason Osborne, fastest man on the road. The multi-time world champion comes through to take another race win here. He's going to lead his team home to what I think is a pretty certain team victory, because Michael Vink, his teammate, is going to come through to take away second place here today. Osborne came across the line at 1 hour 24 seconds behind. The sprint unfolds, and it's Jones doing what Jones does best, putting down the power to come through up against Skierski. So Osborne, Vink, Jones and Skierski with the green skin suit. Meanwhile, the run for the line is on. Matthias from taking the top spot in category 2. It's going to be a second place for Mikhail Utkin, who comes across the line just behind Michael Knudsen there, as the riders come through thick and fast in and across the line. So let's just give you, first of all, the category 2 results. From in 1, Utkin in 2, Power in 3, Yazbek in 4, Mr. X100 in 5. They're your top 5 in category 2. In category 1, you can see that we have got Osborne, Vink and Jones, as we said, in your first 3 spots. The podium places with Skierski in 4 and Knudsen in 5. Safford Sadie comes in 6. And it doesn't take much working it out, with 4 riders in the top 6. The Boss Moves Only are going to take away the team prize.
Noel Pedersen comes through for 7th, Van Elst for 8th, for Yassin for 9th, and Jasper Paradiens for 10th place. And I can tell you, Team Scandi Racing have just been pipped by Alpha Jaw for 2nd place in that team competition. It is literally 22 seconds separating Alpha Jaw and Team Scandi Racing. So Boss Moves Only in 1, Alpha Jaw in 2, Team Scandi Racing in 3.
Category 2 teams, the Hitmen were the top of the pops in category 2. For the rest of them, you'll have to see the full rundown, and you can do that on mywhoosh.com and go to the results on the main menu. You can go to mywhooshinfo.com for lots of analysis as well. If you're out there racing, remember, get to the end, your team will be counting on you whether or not you are their first, second or third counter. All those team prizes are out there waiting to be taken. Make sure you jump on board. Thank you so much for watching. If you've been watching with us through the course of today, our fantastic women's and men's races that make up the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club monthly final. You can follow MyWhoosh on at MyWhoosh on Instagram and Facebook. You can follow Emma at biking_Emma on social media. You can follow me at Matt Fixerpaint as well. Don't forget, of course, hit subscribe on YouTube and on Twitch TV, wherever you are watching, because we would love to be able to notify you when MyWhoosh goes live once again. If you're going to be riding in the week, whichever I think is. Emma, you racing on this week?
I am on Tuesday.
On Tuesday, you could join Emma on the Cycling Esports League for 2 laps of the Montreal circuit. But whatever you're doing, whether you're riding, watching, training or racing, enjoy your riding. From Emma and myself and all of the amazing team who are behind the scenes on MyWhoosh, we're going to say stay safe. We'll see you next week.
Goodbye.